It's week 6 here at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Mother Nature, she was kind to us today. We could not ask for a more beautiful afternoon as we're going to kick off our live racing action today with a Grade 1, the Jonathan Sheppard over the fences. Steeplechase action to start off our Wednesday afternoon as we kick off the 6th race. I'm your host, Acacia Kamon, filling in on the desk today for Lafitte Pinkai as it's Alabama week. The Phillies this weekend going to be in the spotlight, but as mentioned, there is a lot to look forward to this entire week, and truly every day is a celebration of racing when we're up here at Saratoga. Here's a look at what's coming up this afternoon. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm, the Grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard to kick things off. A monster Pick 6 carryover and a very tricky sequence of over 107,000 in that carryover. That kicks off in the 4th, the Suzie O'Kane for the Phillies in race 5. And a fun allowance coming up a little bit later on today as I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and our steeplechase specialist from Saratoga Special, Joe Clancy. Joe, first of all, we are very happy we get a chance to run the steeplechase race today.
Yeah, no, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we're in the clear, hopefully. And we were sitting here ready to go a week ago, and everybody had to go home. So, yeah, it's great to have a chance to run.
It's great to have you here. It's great to have you in jump races. And there's no truth to the rumor that Joe refused to work with Lafitte, and that's why Casey's here. There's no truth to that rumor at all.
We just want to quash it all now.
Right.
We're not going to start any rumors. We don't start rumors on this show. We just finished them. We'll take a look at the field for the Grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard. And Andy, you had some really lovely things to say about the namesake for this race, Jonathan Sheppard, a true legend in the game of horse racing.
Yeah, obviously Joe can speak much more about Jonathan Sheppard than I can, but for me, he's one of the biggest names throughout my entire life of coming to the racetrack, because he was a huge name when I first started coming in the early 70s, and he remained so throughout his entire life.
Oh, yeah, I mean, for decades. I mean, I'm the same way. As a kid, when my father trained horses, we didn't have horses nearly as good as Jonathan's, and he would always beat us, and you couldn't figure out why. And then to get to know him and to talk horses with him, I was usually pressed for time when you're interviewing him, but it could have gone on forever. You would just soak it up, keep talking, you know, and just phenomenal trainer. He won this race, won as the New York Turf Riders 15 times. Very fitting that they named it after him.
Absolutely amazing. And a couple years ago, as you mentioned, the Turf Riders renamed the Grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard, and I think incredibly fitting to have an elite race named for Jonathan here in Saratoga.
And people have to realize, and I'm sure many do, that he was a steeplechase trainer and won at the highest levels, but he also won at the highest levels with flat races as well, training Forever Together. He trained the mighty Stormcat. Jonathan was just an all-out great trainer.
Yeah, he was like a horse whisperer of sorts. He figured it out, whatever the horse wanted to do, sprint, go long, jump, whatever, and could train really good horses and get the best out of a lot of horses.
So there's some interesting storylines for this year's race. There's a look at your current favorite, Zarek the Brave, trained by Tom Garner, who has actually won 4 of the last 5 runnings of this race, Joe, but as a jockey, and now he's trying to look for his first win in here as a trainer.
Yeah, he brings over a really good horse, this Zarek the Brave, and Tom, he had said he was retiring at the end of last year after he got off the Turf Riders, or the Sheppard winner, and he's ridden a little bit this year, but now he's got a pretty good stable going, and this is a serious horse. Zarek the Brave in the green here, winning the Galway Hurdle last year. This is a race that really transfers to American form, I think. It's on firm summer ground. They really run home, and he's really gutsy here. He's part of Willie Mullins' barn here, and could have run in the novice condition or the Grade 1. Very talented horse. He won this as a 4-year-old, which is they don't do normally win that race as 4-year-olds.
You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $250 deposit match bonus. Sign up, get started today, use promo code SPA250 and earn up to a $250 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com for your $250 deposit match bonus. Trainer Leslie Young sends out the 6, pick a number, and I saw her say that she felt that for his stateside debut in the Smithwick last time out, the turns here at Saratoga a little bit tighter than what he would have been used to in Europe.
Yeah, and it was funny watching him. I mean, he was in front most of the way, and you know, just kind of couldn't finish, and maybe that was part of it. They did sort of close up on him. He backed the pace down a little bit, and then they kind of sprinted home. And he's run like that. I expect him to be up front. He ran like that over there, and I think Jamie Bargery's going to try to do the same thing, where he backs them up into him a little bit. But I would think he might try to get away too, especially coming to that last fence and use that speed a little bit. It's a little different game, tighter turns, the longer run to the finish. It's a little different than England and Ireland. But for his first start in America, I thought he ran really well. I mean, did all the dirty work, hung on to finish second.
How key is that experience when coming over? Because that's going to be something that's maybe a little bit of a challenge for your favorites, Eric the Brave.
Yeah, I think so. The fences are a little different. The racing here is a little different. It's faster ground. Again, though, they've got about a 3/8 of a mile run to the finish, which is a little different. The English and Irish horses would jump another fence in the stretch, but they learn it, and they should be. I think having the run will probably help the people figure out the horse a little better too. I think that's a big case, and that's what worries me maybe a little bit with Eric the Brave, first start in America. They're still trying to sort him out some, and he was meant to run here a couple of weeks ago, got rained out, went back to Maryland. They did not come last week. He was entered. They decided to skip and bypass that and come straight here. So very talented horse. You know, can he do it on his first try in America?
See how he handles it today. Andy, the 3 Abon, for those who watch flat racing with us a lot, might remember this horse from being in Todd Pletcher's barn. It's one of the cool things about steeplechase racing as well. You can see horses that were effective over flat races find their next chapter going up at the jumps.
This is a horse that was in second in a grade 2 on the flat, going 2 miles, or a mile and a half, so down at Gulfstream Park. Been effective. What is it exactly that people in the jump world look for when they look to buy flat horses or take flat horses and run them over the jumps?
I mean, on paper, it's pretty simple. It's races like that. I mean, horses who stay on, want to do it. Then it's type. They look for body type and athleticism, you know, and you don't want just like you don't want a sprint type horse trying to run long on the grass. It's the same type of thing. And it might, a lot of times there'll be horses that look one-paced on the flat, but that actually works out fine going 2 miles, you know, and then the same thing with a horse who might have a really big kick on the flat. He might not have that going 2 miles. They lose some of that speed, some of those gears they would have late.
He's effectively transferred over to the jumps. We'll meet the field starting off with the 1-2 friendly for Leslie Young.
Yeah, another one making his first start in America. He's been running on the flat, ran in some decent races over there, and has not run over jumps since March. And again, just a little bit of a question mark. I like that he's run on the flat. He'll be pretty sharp.
There's a 2, Kayomori.
The New York bred champion steeplechaser last year, which is kind of fun for owner breeder Greg Hawkins, and he's trying to run for the 3rd time in Saratoga. He's finally going to get to do it.
We always say New York breds can do anything, and there's a perfect example. Here's Abon, who we were just talking about.
Yeah, and that's who I ended up picking. I'm just hoping he bounces back out of Smithwick. He was right there at the head of the lane, just kind of flattened out late. His schedule got jumbled up like a lot of them was supposed to run here Belmont week and didn't get a chance to.
Favorite U.S. debut for Zarek the Brave?
Yeah, and he looks great there. I mean, again, Willie Mullins is top trainer over there. He'd be the Todd Pletcher of Irish jump racing, and he came out of that yard. Pretty serious horse.
Here's the 5, Jimmy P, 5-1.
In the Madacat colors. He was second in this last year. His form has been a little off lately, although I like that he ran at Aqueduct and sort of ran a better race than he had run, but he's still got to find some links against some of these.
Pick a number, 2nd time at Saratoga for Leslie Young.
And he should be your pace setter, so he's going to give you a run for a while, and it's all a matter of how alone he is, I think, whether he can hang on.
Another for Kerry Bryan. Here's the 7, Going Country.
He was second in this 2 years ago, and again, he's trying to find that form to try to get back in the mix with some of these better horses.
And the final one for the Young Barn, here's Artistic Choice.
And Jonathan Sheppard would love this because he used to win the Turf Riders with the lightest weight in the race frequently. And there's the lightest weight in the race. He gets 18 pounds from the high weight. Looks kind of like a sleeper, but he's got to find. He's stepping way up in class. We'll see if he can do it. Again, Jonathan was a master at it. He would show up here with horses weighted way down, and they'd beat the favorite frequently.
Is one of the reasons you like the number 3 Abon the fact that the horse was 158 pounds at 8-5 last time in the first big race we run the jumps here, the AP Smithwick, and now they get a little weight off for this race?
Yeah, I think that helps a little, and the price comes up. I mean, he was pretty heavily favored in the Smithwick, and then the more I thought about it, I'm hoping he not needed that race, but he moves forward off that race. We saw Ziggle Pops, who won the Smithwick. He kind of ran a middling race at Aqueduct and came back and won the Smithwick. So maybe this horse can do the same thing.
Well, we talked about Tom Garner and what he's looking to accomplish here today in the Grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard. We welcome in Liza Hendricks here with us, standing by with Tom. Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And Tom, you've won this race 4 times as a jockey. How does it feel now to be sending out one on the other side as a trainer?
I think I prefer to be riding. I don't really get nervous when I ride. But training, I'm feeling the nerves now because I've got to look after when he gets back. So fingers crossed they come back safe. That's all that matters.
And can you tell me about how you acquired him? This is his first start over here.
A good friend of mine, Dan Asprey. Dan's a great fella, and he pestered me every 5 minutes about horses. And after this guy ran at Cheltenham, finished 4th in the champion hurdle, he was on to me that evening, and he said, "Look, you need to find an owner for this horse. We can get him bought." And I didn't really do anything because I was trying to walk before I can run, and we actually tried buying another horse called Pied Piper of Gordon Elliott's. And it went far too high. And then I did take I had a look at this horse and I loved him, and then he ran at Fairy House, and Andy Bromley, who's a great fellow, who's racing manager for the old owners, Dan got on the phone and said, could he be bought? He said, yeah. So I phoned Jill straight away. Within an hour, Jill rang me back, and she loved him, and Dan went and did the deal, and fingers crossed it's something good to come.
Well, Tom, good luck in here.
Thanks so much.
Acacia sending out his first Grade 1 horse as a trainer.
See if he can do it here. Liza, thank you. Really would be poetic to see Tom Garner, who has won 4 out of the last 5 runnings as a jockey, get that win as a trainer.
I want to know why the riders bring the horse up to the jump before the way they were doing. Is that a...
It's probably tradition. I don't know. I would assume the
expecting
horses know they're going to do that.
Really disappointed.
Yeah, there are some countries where they have a practice hurdle, which to me would be the worst thing, because if your horse didn't do that well, it would not give you much confidence for the race.
I think sometimes it's for the rider's mentality, too, to show horses as well.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And I got to catch up with Leslie Young, the trainer who sends out 3 horses in here, and I'm going to go with the number 1, Too Friendly of hers. She said that she bought him over at Tattersall's in July, so came over here just 3 weeks ago, but she said that he's been training well, schooled really well, so she decided to take a shot here. And looking at that form from England, he's run in some really good races over there, so she's expecting him to be placed about mid-pack and hopefully just make a run on them at the end. Acacia?
7-1, a nice price on 1 of 3 in here for Leslie Young. Liza, thank you. 9-5, although on the 4, Zarek the Brave, Tom Garner looking for a marquee victory here in the Grade 1. Jonathan Sheppard off camera. Joe, you and I were discussing how Aban sometimes can be a little quirky as we're seeing it out there on the track.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time trying to keep him calm.
Off they go for the Grade 1, Jonathan Sheppard.
And they're off in the Jonathan Sheppard. And early on, it's pick a number. Stand by.
And it was a false start there in the Jonathan Sheppard. Joe, talk us through what took place.
It happens, and again, there's no starting gate, which we tried to explain a couple times, that the last thing you want is a really fast start in a 2-mile race. So Hector Soler is there. He's got some help. The idea is to have the horses in line so it's a fair start. Clearly, they were a little stirred up, horses in different places, and he can recall them. Basically, that's what they do there. They recall them, and, you know, some horses get a little more fired up, which is going to be a problem.
And Hector is the starter for the Far Hill race.
Far Hill's
right?
in New Jersey,
Yeah, so it's not as though he has no experience outside of being at Naira for these jump races.
Correct.
Right?
And here they try the different countries do it a little differently, where in England and Ireland they just gather up in whatever order the jockeys want. Here they try to get them in post position order. There's the cones there, which are meant to be guidelines as far as everybody's in this. If everybody's not in this box of cones, we're not going to start. Obviously, they're horses that can get a little, within reason type of thing. But they'll line them up here, try to do it again. There's usually some yelling going on because somebody caused a problem.
Well, it's pretty clear that both the 3 and the 1 were lengths behind the other horses when they tried to start it. I feel like it's like the old harness races with the recalls. They don't have recalls in harness anymore,
and
do
they do that anymore? Yeah, I don't think so.
I haven't seen it. So they line back up here for the Grade 1. Jonathan Sheppard, off they go again. Here's Frank Miramati one more time.
Now they're off in the Jonathan Sheppard. And it is going country in the early going, joined and passed by pick a number as they go over that first hurdle. Way back is Aban. Aban is the distant trailer. as Pick a Number sets the pace. It is Pick a Number over Going Country in second, and then Artistic Choice is third, some 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. Jimmy P, Zarek the Brave has settled nicely. A length and a half back comes Too Friendly on the inside. Kiyomori gets a nudge and starts to pick off some rivals, and at the back it's Aban. Into the stretch for the first time. And it is Pick a Number. Pick a Number just breezing along, uncontested. A little bit of a mistake there for Pick a Number, but nonetheless holding the lead by 2. Going Country is second, and Zarek the Brave, number 4, Zarek the Brave, the favorite, has unseated the rider. Zarek the Brave has unseated the rider. So Pick a Number goes on, and Pick a Number has a 4-length advantage. Going Country in second with Kiyomori. Kiyomori in the third spot now after making that big bid. Then comes Jimmy P. Jimmy P is 7 lengths off the lead. Artistic Choice is next. Too Friendly second to last. And Aban has gotten into contention now. Just 10 lengths off Pick a Number. Pick a Number left alone on the front end. Pick a Number has it by 2.5 lengths. And Going Country has been second thus far throughout. They're followed by Kiyomori in third. Then comes Jimmy P fourth. Another 2 back to Artistic Choice, racing on the outside of Too Friendly. And another length back to Aban. Pick a Number, 3-length advantage on Going Country. They've been 1-2 the whole way. Kiyomori is third, being worked upon to stay close. And another length back to Jimmy P, who was second in last year's Jonathan Sheppard. Now some 7 lengths off the pace. Artistic Choice, Too Friendly, and Aban is starting to get involved. There goes Aban on the outside, moving up into the 6th spot. Pick a Number leads it by 2 lengths over Going Country in second. Kiyomori third. Jimmy P along the inside in fourth. Then Artistic Choice, followed by Aban. And inside of Aban is Too Friendly. Pick a Number. Pick a Number over Going Country. That theme has remained the same, with Kiyomori, Jimmy P still third and fourth. Pick a Number tries to stretch out that lead now with a lap to go. Has it by 2 lengths. On the inside, Jimmy P a joint second inside of Going Country. That pair is followed by Kiyomori and Artistic Choice, 5 lengths off the pace. Aban is still under a nice hold with 6 to make up, and Too Friendly trails. Onto the Saratoga backstretch for the final time. In the Jonathan Sheppard Grade 1 event, it's been all Pick a Number. Pick a Number, still well within himself, leads it by 2 lengths. Over Going Country and Jimmy P. Another length back to Artistic Choice. Too Friendly has moved up in traffic. Aban outside of that pair. And Kiyomori is now tired and trailing. Into the far turn, and a big move from Jimmy P. Jimmy P sprinting away from Pick a Number and just turning it on. It's a 6-length lead in the blink of an eye. Make it 8. Going Country on the outside. Pick a Number is weakening, followed by Aban. It is Jimmy P, who was second last year, and he's looking to make amends in a blowout performance. Jimmy P by double digits in the stretch. A tremendous effort from Jimmy P, who looked like he was just shot out of a cannon. He's in front by 15 lengths. Jimmy P, all by himself, strolls home to the roar of the Saratoga crowd, winning by over 20 lengths. Going Country will be second, and Aban checks in a distant third in front of Artistic Choice.
Jimmy P gets the victory here for Carrie Bryan. As you heard in Frank Miramati's call, second in the Sheppard last year, gets his own big win today.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw him. He grabbed the race. Everybody looked like they were still sitting there. Wait a minute, wait, and he went on. And again, he's had that form. I mean, his race last year was good enough to win this, and it just the races since then have not been very good. His better races were on really soft turf. Ran okay at Aqueduct, but and maybe I'm sure the question to Carrie will be skipping the Smithwick to come directly to here. that obviously had to be something she was looking for and trying to do. Big effort, big return, big bounce back.
And we did see the number 4, Zarek the Brave, lose the rider. Graham Waters, happy to report Graham Waters on his feet, and Zarek the Brave has been apprehended by the outrider. But as far as the winner, Jimmy P, we know those silks, right, Andy?
You see those Salk-Human Manicat Silks in the winner's circle, a lot of jump races?
They do it, not a lot, but occasionally, yeah, they've gotten involved. They're friends with some people who own some horses.
Everywhere.
Of Kerry's clients. This is a horse they had on the flat with Graham Motion and Leonard Powell. Went jumping, he's done pretty well.
Absolutely. I know a special victory for this trainer, Carrie Bryan. She's standing by with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And Carrie, just talk me through the emotions here.
Oh my God, I don't ever cry, but this race means so much to me, being, the Jonathan Sheppard. And I knew Jimmy had a big one in him, and I told everybody this horse was going to win today. I'm so proud of Going Country and Parker as well. I mean, to be 1-2 again in this race is just so special.
And can you talk to me about your relationship with Jonathan Sheppard and coming up under him?
I mean, I'm here because of him. I learned everything to this date. Everything I know is because of him. So it's just really special to do this today.
Well, congratulations. Go get the horse.
Thank you so much.
Acacia, an exciting win here with Carrie, who had come up under Jonathan Sheppard, and the race being named after him as well.
Winning the race, named in honor of her mentor, and much like her mentor, who you mentioned, Andy, incredibly successful both over the jumps and on the flat. I just interviewed Carrie with a flat win the other day. She has stalls here in Saratoga and now picking up a grade 1 over the jumps.
And I want to say that was her first flat win in Saratoga.
It was.
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Good meet for her.
Absolutely. She runs 1-2 in here, Joe. Jimmy P, though, she said, I knew that he had a big one in him, and boy, was she right about that.
Yeah, he did. He delivered. And again, you got to go back to find him, but he had, again, his race last year here would have been competitive. He just has not run back to that. And I thought he would have, he ran at Nashville and did not run back to it. And we saw him at Far Hills last year in the Grand National. I thought he'd run really well there, and he didn't.
Yeah.
So step forward here. I love the ride, really decisive move by Stephen Mulqueen leaving the back. I mean, he just grabbed it. And it could have been, a lot of times, I think, with no last fence, some of these guys sit and wait because they think they're going to sprint home, and he just grabbed it there, and the race is over. And if he sits and waits to here, maybe he doesn't have that punch.
This could be the first grade 1 win for Slumber.
That's right. Slumber, of course.
We're gonna be doing some
campaign.
research.
And I was mistaken. Thanks to Maggie Wolfendale for the correction. Carrie Bryan's second flat win at Saratoga the other day. So now picking up the grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard again. A race she's won in the past as well. Runs 1-2 this year. We do have an inquiry sign posted. I would imagine with the horse losing the rider. We'll keep you updated on the results of the grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard when we come back. Stay with us on Saratoga Live.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
We're back on Saratoga Live. There's Jimmy P. A celebration, picking up the Grade 1 Jonathan Sheppard. A big victory from this son of Slumper.
Yeah, you love it, right? Little Saratoga connection there.
Yeah. Cool win. Big win. Wow.
Absolutely.
What do you win by? Must have won by 20 or more lengths,
Yeah, we need
right?
a real chart person to tell us. But yeah, that was I'd say 20. We're at 22. I'm gonna go. There it is.
Okay.
All right. I like it.
Impressive effort. No, and again, he jumps into that picture a little bit. I mean, he's gonna have to step it up to get, when Snap Decision and some of the other horses get involved. But he jumped into the picture as far as Grade 1 horses go.
$14 winner, as we saw this horse run the Grand National at Far Hills last year, Joe. And we look forward to hearing your insight for this year's Far Hills coming up Saturday, October 19th. Always a really, really fun day of racing.
See, can we bring some of this sunshine there for that? Maybe and a little less wind and mud and whatnot. But yeah, it's a championship day of jump racing in New Jersey. Far Hills, the best horses, the best trainers, best jockeys. We got some overseas participation, and it's always a fun day out.
Big 2-mile race in the flat, too,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
John Ford.
$150,000
Guy told me that the
race.
other night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get your horses ready, people.
Yeah, we love to see it. Joe Clancy joining us to give us all the insight. We'll hopefully get a chance to see you. Mother Nature continues to be kind to us in a couple weeks.
Can we do a little plug for the Saratoga Special?
That's right.
Special here. Carson's run on the
cover.
cover.
You're not in Saratoga, even if you are in Saratoga, but you're not here. This is horseracing.com. There's no better way.
Wait, show it again, because Carson's run is on the front,
made the
so
cover,
we can show this one again.
No better way to keep up with what's going on in Saratoga. You guys do a tremendous job.
Tremendous job.
A great service for the fans, too, as well, to provide all this information. I know it's a labor of love for you guys, but we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us, and we appreciate Naira letting us do things like put it on the desk here with you guys, and hopefully hand it to as many people as we can.
Thanks to Joe Clancy. You saw the field for race 2 coming up next. New York Breds in the spotlight, and a little bit later on, we have more stakes action. The Suzie O'Kane. We'll talk a little preview for today's stakes action. Horacio de Paz sending out 4 in this year's Suzie O'Kane, including the morning line favorite, Awesome Check, and a very intriguing runner in Money Grab. Looking for a better trip today.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million, $1,400,000 a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Who is this?
It's Anna Skull, Tiro Filly by American Pharoah out of Epping Forest, who we also had.
She looks similar to Epping Forest, doesn't she?
No, she's nice. Epping Forest is very precocious. She's quick. She was supposed to go to Europe as a 2-year-old, but she had a small setback. Oh. But this one's just as talented as that one. We like her a lot.
So she is a homebred, right?
Homebred. Came to us at Payson, broken by Mr. Bill Harrigan, and she joined us at the early stage. And she's ready to rock on with, to be honest with you. remarkably good. Mentally touched on the high strength, want to be critical, but the most efficient mover, explosive turn of foot. She's everything you want in a 2-year-old. Plus a lot of class.
I was just going to say, she immediately came out here and dropped her head and ate grass, which I think is always a good thing when they do that.
No, she's class.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Looking forward to seeing Anna Skull coming up a little bit later on in race 6, that 2-year-old race for the fillies later on this afternoon. As we welcome into the set, here with us for the rest of the early show, champion jockey, Breeders' Cup winning jockey, Rajiv Miraj. Raj, I upgraded you a little bit there, but glad to have you and your insight here. Ready for a fun day?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. What another beautiful day at Saratoga. There's a lot of excitement on the card. We saw the steeplechase just now. I wasn't on set for that, but there's some good races coming later on.
Absolutely. Well, take a look at the Suzie O'Kane, which will go as race number 5. Again, we do see trainer Horacio De Paz sending out 4 in this race, and he certainly has a strong hand in here, Andy, including Awesome Check, who we will see rematch with Box Wine out of that July 21st race.
And Awesome Check ran very well in here. She did get an exceptionally good trip. Not that Box Wine had a bad trip, though Box Wine broke a little slowly in there. But Awesome Check is, finally back with New York breds, and she's now, she's 2 for 2 against New York breds on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really good run for her. Like you said, a race against New York breds, she's undefeated, and she holds a strong hand here. Trainer De Paz having 4 runners, that's 50% of the field. There's only 8 starters in here. I mean, that's
Chad Brown.
That's a strong hand. The Chad Brown of New York bred turf horses, but this filly's definitely excelling against New York breds on the grass.
Rossi is one of these trainers that I think you're going to hear more and more from as time goes on. He's an excellent trainer.
And having an excellent meet, as well as he'll also send out Money Grab, who, Andy, I know that you liked this horse last time, and she has been a little bit far back in her last couple of starts, but she was able to switch to the turf, and I think that she's run much better on the grass and not the best trips last time out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she gets sluggish early. It's not like she broke badly in here. She just kind of took herself a little out of the race, and it's not like Tyler wasn't trying to motivate her. No, he got good position on the rail, but I just feel like she didn't get the best of trips. Not that it was that bad, and I just feel like this horse has run sneakily okay in her turf races, and I'm hoping today is the day.
One of the challenges is she has a dirtied up form because she's been having not the ideal trips, but she's the one that causes that because she lacks that early speed and puts herself behind the 8 ball. Now, what's better for her today than this prior race is that there's a lot more speed in this race. Her last 3 races on the grass were dawdling paces where that doesn't benefit a late closer like herself. So I think she'll at least appreciate a bit more honest pace today.
We'll hope there's an honest pace.
And Raj, you look back at that last race too. She was closing in between horses, and she's a rather lightly framed type of filly. That can be a very uncomfortable and compromising spot for a horse to try to close in.
Yeah, it's so tough when you're coming from behind this field. You're already behind the 8 ball, out of position. Now it's hard to just go around the whole entire field and win. It's not an optimal way of winning a race. So the jockeys are always going to try to navigate between horses and save ground when they can. And, for her, I think she just needs to be able to be in a little better from the gate, put herself a bit closer, and be able to swing outside in the clear, which would be a bit more preferred for a horse running from behind.
And Tyler coming off a sensational week that vaulted him to second in the standings, 10 for 29 last week at Saratoga.
Well, he's been making some right choices out on the track. You've been making correct choices as far as the bankroll's concerned.
The bankroll's been working out so far.
Yeah.
I'm a slightly ahead after 5 weeks of the meet, so I like to try to keep that going. Going in, I guess it's 42.10, but I'm betting $60 to win on Money Grab, and I like Money Grab's chances in this race, but I'm also scared of the 4 boxed wine in here as well, and so I'm going to also bet a $20 exacta box 4-7 boxed wine and Money Grab. So if they run 1-2, I'll have that exact, and hopefully it'll be with Money Grab on top. I'm also making another bankroll play later in the day. Are we doing that at the end of the show, or are we going to do it now? But I have a bankroll play in race number 9 today, so trying to ramp it up a little bit for the last 2 weeks.
You're coming in strong on this Wednesday.
Well, I feel sorry for the people playing against me. They're getting thrashed, and apparently one of the guys that I'm playing against told the entire universe that he was locked to win this bankroll, which I didn't even think of as a contest. I thought it was just a little fun. but apparently somebody, and I'm not going to say who it is, who's doing badly, was very confident going in.
Are you saying that this is a walkover based on your competition?
No, there's 3 weeks left. I mean, I don't know if there's 3 weeks left for everybody in the contest, but there's 3 weeks left in the meet, Raj.
All right.
Here's the Week 6 stakes schedule, of course, highlighted by that Grade 1 Alabama on Saturday. You saw the picture of Candy there. She'll be one of 2 going out in that Alabama for trainer Todd Fletcher. There is Cinderella's Cause in the paddock, though. New York bred allowance race coming up next, going a mile. And Cinderella's Cause, one of the main contenders. As we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us in the paddock. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia, and we'll start with the horse on the inside, and that's Cinderella's Cause. And I just feel like, I don't know what has necessarily happened to her as a 6-year-old, but whatever it is, it's good. Because as of late, when observing her prior to her starts, she just looks so much more together, so much more athletic. She's more calm and not nervous, and she makes a really, really good impression here yet again. And this is a horse that, you know, going back to May, Linda dipped back in and reclaimed for what, triple what she had lost her for. So she must have saw something that this horse too was turning the corner. I think Cinderella's Cause is the horse to beat, though we do see a horse who is favored at the moment, and heavily favored. It's number 3, Midtown Lights, who comes off of a disappointing effort in the Critical Eye, but that was over a muddy sealed racetrack going a mile and an eighth. And the argument is that she's better at this mile. I don't want to say configuration, because she has been running at a 1-turn mile. Those starts 2 and 3 back. So now she kind of has that 1.5 type of makeup today. Looking at her though, I'll say this. She's one that has struggled to carry her weight and conditioning, and it's not an issue. Now, you see her being done on the walk there by Blake Cox, who is his dad's assistant. She is a nervous type. That's just always been her, and I've always felt as though on the flip side that she is better when she's able to kind of settle in. Now, look, she has been training down at Belmont. It's a little bit more quiet there, but you would have to think, since the stable has stalls here, that they've shipped her in a couple days in advance. One would think. I don't know for sure, but I do think that makes a little bit of a difference with her not having to ship into a holding barn per se, like you do over at Aqueduct. So I like what I'm seeing from her today. It's not the usual really nervous, washy, light Midtown Lights that we often have seen throughout her career, Acacia.
Good news about your favorite, Maggie. Thank you, Midtown Lights, as she's currently 7-5 on the board. There's a shot, though, of jockey Lane Luzzy, who'll be aboard the 2 Amity Island. Raj, we saw a scary situation in the paddock on Sunday where Lane was actually kicked by his mount in the paddock, cleared by first aid, and actually came back to ride the next race. A strong constitution. There was a smile on his face. I mean, just talk a little bit about how tough that can be coming back in that instance.
That's nothing short of miraculous. The power from a horse's legs kicking out with a metal shoe on to hit you in the face, and you're able to walk away from that. Not only walk away from it, but get up and ride the next race. It's just truly miraculous. And you can, if we can see his right eye, I went and saw Lane today. His right eye is black below it. His nose it's swollen still, but he's in great spirits. And just to be riding, I told him, look, that is your big win of the meet. There's no race that you can win that is bigger than walking away from being kicked in the face.
So well said. Scary situation. Was great to see Lane Luzzy back aboard. I saw him in the paddock the race after. He had a big smile and he said, hey, I've been better, but I'm doing okay.
Raj, if that happened to you, would you have been back for the next race?
No, I'll be out for another year. We're getting kicked in the face.
As we have, as I mentioned at the top of the show, a pick 6 carryover, over 100,000 in the carryover. It kicks off in race 4 today, Andy, and it is a tough competitive sequence.
Yeah, Acacia and I had gone over the card earlier today, and we're going through, and you know, the first thing you sort of look for is there, and you know, people use the term single too much, and obviously with their small bankroll, you have to make a single or try to make a play, but who, when I always think of single, is who is the one, you know, sort of likely winner on the card, and I guess the likeliest winner in the entire sequence might be Revelita in the 8th race, but she's a horse that you have bigger reservations about than I do, but I even though picking her, I don't think she's a horse I'd want to lean on for a lot of money. I don't know about you, Rajiv, but I thought this was a extremely interesting sequence. I love today's card. I think it's a really good card.
It's going to bring a lot of value into the payout because, like you said, there's no horse on this whole sequence that you can confidently say that's a very likely winner,
no
a sure
3 to 5
winner
shot
that I'm going to single and build my ticket around. But what I will say about it is my approach would be take a shot and find a single. You're probably not going to be super confident, but it allows you to spread out in the other races because you're going to have coverage in some of these races. And just it's a gamble, but find a horse that you think you really like. For me, I actually really like Back by Gold in race number 7. I think that filly is dropping in class. She got pulled up last time, vanned off, but nowadays the way that they check horses is very meticulous, and I feel like they wouldn't allow her to run if she wasn't in good shape, and she has a lot of back class.
Keisha and I narrowed that race down to 7, so we're right with you in there.
Imagine singling a horse and getting lucky
Not
there.
me in there. I'm not courageous enough for that.
This is the wrong video. That's for Midnight Mile, which is the next race here. So we'll kill that video. This is Midtown Lights coming. 2 similarly named horses. There it is. That's at Midtown Lights. 2 starts back, winning against Open Company, Andy. And I just think she wanted no part of the mile and an 8th last time.
I agree. A wet track, a better field, going a mile and 1/8 at Saratoga. And you go back to this race, and in my opinion, if she runs this race, she becomes the horse to beat. Now, listen, this is the best race she ever ran, but the thing I liked about it, she kept improving for Brad Cox. Things didn't happen for her in a muddy, sealed track. She gets back to that, I think she can win. And also, as well as Cinderella's Cause been running, and this is a race where they are far and away the 2 main players. Doesn't mean they have to win, but they are the main players, and I think this would be one of the pick 6. People would be leaning on both or maybe taking a shot. She keeps running second, but she does keep running second, Cinderella's Cause, in some pretty strong races, so she's a worthy rival.
Like what you said, they're the both main contenders, so isolating both of them, I pick Midtown Lights. I like her. She has more tactical speed. She's fresh.
Jockey Dylan Davis will be aboard the 5 Saratoga Kisses as he is just riding exceptionally well right now, as he's currently in 4th as we get a look at some of the top jockeys in the standings right now. Pretty cool to see it lined up like that. And of course, Dylan with his first U.S. Grade 1 on Sunday in the Saratoga Derby.
Right, and we should also remind people, Ira-Ortiz is on suspension today, tomorrow, and Friday, so this is a chance for the other people to gain on him. And listen, Dylan's 4th, but Rajiv, I don't think there's anybody riding better than him.
Of the 18 that he won, he sees every moment, capitalize on every opportunity. Many of those races were on horses that weren't necessarily the best horse. He was a difference maker in winning a lot of those races.
You do a Ride of the Week segment, and I know that you chose Dylan as one of your Ride of the Weeks when you took advantage of a bias that we saw out on the track, picking up on things like that, every little piece that you can put into giving your horse the best chance.
Yeah, he's pressing all the right buttons out there.
Meeting the field for race 2, first flat race of the day. Here's Cinderella's Cause to start things off.
Yeah, listen, we've talked about it before. There are 2 horses in this race coming in here with some excellent recent form. And Cinderella's Cause, while she has 4 straight seconds, she has not run badly in those races. She's run well.
Lane Luzzy aboard the 2, Amity Island. There's the 3, Midtown Lights, still your favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I picked her on top. I want to change now that Rajiv picked her, to be honest, but I'm stuck with her. I can't make a change, and I like her.
We're locked in. There's a 4 Echo in Eternity, last out winner.
Coming off a win against first level allowance, steps up in class today to the second level allowance.
Dylan Davis, Saratoga Kisses.
I guess if there's an upsetter in the field, I would say it's her.
And Crystal Air to the outside. Are we still calling him the handsome Mirage, Romero?
Nah, well, I heard that a lot of people saying that. I'm just going to give it to him. You're the handsome Mirage. I'm the better dressed one.
I like that. I like that. Raj has got the full suit on today. He's dressed to impress. Race 2 coming up next. We have the pick 5 kicking off here. 7-5 on Midtown Lights. There is Cinderella's Cause, though, looking to pick up her first win of the Saratoga meet. Talk more about the second race after this on Saratoga Live.
Down to the wire, Verstappen Bomber's won the King Edward.
Seal Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Don't forget you can earn a $10 bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $50 each on Saratoga and Delaware Park, and you can earn a $10 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Could come in handy as we have our first flat race of the day coming up, race 2 for New York Breds. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
And Acacia, let's take a look at some of the other players in here outside the main two, beginning with number 4, Echo and Eternity, as she broke through that 1X condition for New York Breds last time. And I was really high on her that day because I thought that she had some excuses in her recent form prior to that, and getting to this, configuration of this 1.5 turn mile just really suited her on the fast track and on a fair racetrack too, where some of the other tracks she ran on had a bit of a bias to them. Look, she's exactly the same as what I saw from her back on July 24th. Little rambunctious in the paddock. They had to saddle her on the walk again, but just great conditioning, flesh. Her coat's excellent, and Bruce Levine's having just a fantastic meet. So she's going to have to up her game, I think, yet again to take down second level allowance runners. But I like what I'm seeing from her and what she's showing me. Number 5 is Saratoga Kisses. She's one that's kind of in and out, and last time she got a bit rank behind horses going that mile and an eighth. So I think now that there's a clear cut, pace jewel that materializes, at least when you look at this race on paper, I do think she'll get a little bit more of an honest pace up front, so therefore not making her rank, and Smokin' Hot Kitty able to take advantage of that, wiring the field, who's just in raging form right now. So therefore I always find it tough for these horses to be rank and then have finish, which she did not. Now she'll cut back, second off a bit of a layoff, and she looks great here physically from a fitness perspective, and just more suited as well to this mile. But Acacia, I landed on number 1 here. Cinderella's Cause would love to see Jose Lezcano aggressive, just at least get her out of the gate, because in her 4 last efforts, she's been wired by horses on the front end. She continues to make a great impression, though getting a little hot out on track. I just think getting an aggressive warm-up was the culprit for that.
Getting a little bit warm, not uncommon for Cinderella's Cause. Maggie, thank you. And I'm with Maggie. I think that this is the right spot for Cinderella's Cause, Andy. And she mentioned Smokin' Hot Kitty, who was able to control things on the front end. A couple coming out of that race, and there was just no catching her.
No, listen, I picked the 3, and I think Rajiv will agree with me. I'm not going to be surprised if the 1 wins this race. And I think at 8-5, she might be an even better gamble than the 3 at even money in this race. Surprised at the odds. I think you'll see Midtown Lights in front, but it's not an absolute cinch. And Manny Franco, another rider. Flavien Prat, a rough week last week, 1 for 22. Manny was 0 for 20. These guys are too good, though, to keep losing.
Yeah, I mean, Midtown Lights, why I lean towards her is she has more tactical speed. She's already won at this level, where Cinderella's Cause has raced many times at this level and finished second. So those 2 things, I think today's the day for Midtown Lights.
Even money on Midtown Lights. We'll see who finds the winner's circle today. Loading in first flat race of the program, Frank Miramati has the call.
Thank you, Acacia. We've got Saratoga Kisses in the red going in. The last one to load is Crystal Air. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start. Midtown Lights hard ridden out of the gate and does respond by getting a clear-cut advantage. Echo and Eternity comes away in second, and down at the rail, Cinderella's Cause a joint third, racing on the inside of Crystal Air. Saratoga Kisses is 5th, 4 lengths off the lead, and Amity Island is at the back of the field. So it's Midtown Lights asserting herself and leads it by 1.5 lengths. Echo and Eternity, Crystal Air, 2nd and 3rd. The opening quarter went in 25 seconds flat. Midtown Lights by almost 2 lengths. On the outside, Crystal Air, and just inside of her, Echo in Eternity in the Pink Silks 3rd. Cinderella's Cause is 4th, down on the inside, but just 2.5 or so off the pace. It's another 3 to Saratoga Kisses and Amity Island. The half went in 48-4 for Midtown Lights. Midtown Lights unopposed. Echo in Eternity a clear-cut 2nd. Cinderella's Cause moves into 3rd. Crystal Air losing ground while pushed along in 4th. Cinderella's Cause making her move right now. It's a 3-wide bid after Midtown Lights at the quarter pole. They have a 1/4 mile to go. Midtown Lights turns for home in front, pursued intently by Cinderella's Cause. 3/4 in 1:13 flat. 2-horse race, a furlong to go. Midtown Lights digging in. Cinderella's Cause trying to get to her in second. They have left Amity Island and Echo in Eternity far back. Midtown Lights, Cinderella's Cause. Midtown Lights digging in, and Midtown Lights holds on by a neck. Cinderella's Cause second, a long way back. Echo in Eternity and Amity Island.
Well, we said on paper, these were the clearly 2 best horses in the field, and they showed to be exactly that. Midtown Lights game holding off Cinderella's Cause.
An excellent race between 2 really neat fillies and mares that are just in the peak of their form. The filly Midtown Lights, a very aggressive ride by Manny Franco, and he very quickly put last week behind him.
Massive tactical advantage here when winning by a head. I mean, being able to be on the lead, controlling the pace for Midtown Lights versus Cinderella's Cause, who is chasing her coming around the turn. I think that was a very big run from Cinderella's Cause. About 25 first quarter. Manny put him, got everything his own way. If it was a race run on a straight line for 9 furlongs, I think maybe Cinderella Cause would have won. But being able to control the pace and being on the rail made Midtown Lights have a big tactical edge.
Midtown Lights holding off Cinderella's Cause as the 3 Midtown Lights. She was in for the 45,000 today, and she was claimed. So win and claim for your favorite Midtown Lights. Manny Franco in the saddle, 3-1-4-2 in race number 2. Manny Franco and Midtown Lights on their way back towards the winner's circle this weekend. The Grade 1 Alabama, Todd Fletcher will send out 2 charges as he will look to pick up his 5th Alabama score. We'll talk a little bit more about this marquee race for the 3-year-old fillies after this on Saratoga Live.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Don't forget, you can get all the information, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Echo-based past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances, all the races on today's show. We already saw a good showdown in race 2. Race on paper maybe looks a little cut and dry. 2 horses that you might like, but boy, they battled it out down to the wire.
An excellent race by both these horses. As they say, a race that didn't deserve a loser. But Manny Franco, aggressive on Midtown Lights, getting that position, making the difference.
Yeah, and when he floated out towards Cinderella's Cause looked like she was about to go by, and his mount saw her and re-engaged, and that made a big difference at the end there.
Midtown Lights gets the victory, the 5th of her career, $4.20 winner. Let's go down to Maggie.
Please be joined by her pilot, who's very familiar with Midtown Lights. It's Manny Franco. And Manny, you've ridden this filly throughout her career. One that can be a little bit quirky, a little nervous at times, but I feel like she's finally kind of really hitting her groove, and you were aggressive with her today.
Yeah, I'm agree with you. It's a lot mature right now, and I just want to be involved in the race. She broke so sharp, and she took me there, so I was, okay, I'm fine. She was doing it comfortable, so I just was happy with the way she break and the way I, end up in a slow fraction. So I knew that I was gonna be tough to go by.
She also seemed like she wanted to battle. When we saw Cinderella's Cause come to her, looks like she re-engaged.
Yes, definitely. When she feels Cinderella's Cause outside, she told me I don't gonna give up. So just keep going, and that's what I did. She was there the whole way for me.
It's good to know you listen to your horses, as you'll be aboard one of the favorites in today's feature, the Suzie O'Kane. Awesome Check, a filly that's gotten very good for Rocio DePaz, who is AKA Chad Brown, for this race coming up, sending out 4 in there. But talk a little bit about Awesome Check and how she's rounding into form.
Awesome Check is a very nice filly. She's like this small filly, but she always tries. She always give me all she have up there. Last time she proved. And hopefully today we get a good, good trip and see what she does from there.
It's a fun race coming up. Manny, congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, all about Midtown Lights. Manny putting last week behind him, getting on the board right away with a winner. See how many more he can rack up on this card, Acacia.
Setting the tone for a big day coming up, Maggie, as Manny Franco gets to the winner's circle. And Raj, just as Maggie touched on, kind of putting the week behind you as a rider, you need to have a short-term memory.
And we also got to look at it from the other perspective of how we judge riders when they're not winning races, because you could be riding optimally, you could be riding good and not winning, versus when people think that, oh, he didn't win any race, he's riding bad. And as Manny will tell you, you just stick to your fundamentals. You know you're riding good, the wins will come. They don't always come every week because sometimes you're just not riding the right horse.
And I don't recall feeling last week like Manny blew some ride somewhere or he lost a race. It's Saratoga, man. It is tough. It is very competitive, and you're just going to go through runs here. Even the very best of riders do. Flavien Prat won for 22.
And he didn't blow any races. He rode well.
It just sometimes, and when Tyler Gaffalione has the kind of week that he did, I mean, we only ran about 40 races here last week with a cancellation, and Tyler Gaffalione ran 25% of them.
Manny Franco will be aboard a 7-1 shot in the upcoming third race in Blissful. Flavien Prat, though, will be on the even money favorite Midnight Mile. More on those fillies in a moment. But coming up this weekend, our grade 1 of the week is the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales, as we won't see this filly in there. Torpedo Anna, she's going to wait a week and take on the DraftKings Travers in the boys next week, which means the Alabama will be a little bit more of a wide open race.
Right, they're 8 in here, and it's not clear any of them, Rajiv, would be in the race if this bear was running in there.
Well, if they were in the race, they'd be running for second if she was in the race, and she would tower over this field. But now, Candied, for me, I'm going to make a blunt statement. I think she towers over her competition in the Alabama.
I feel much better about picking against her already.
Yes!
Andy and Rajiv are disagreeing. All is right in the world. Candide is 7-5 on the morning line, drawing towards the outside one of 2 for Todd Pletcher in here. As Candide, we did see finish second to Torpedo Anna last time out in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and Manny Franco going to be aboard her. And an interesting thing about her, Andy, we had this discussion going into the CCA Oaks, is that she was always reluctant to switch leads. Manny Franco had worked her, he got her to switch leads, still wasn't enough to run down Torpedo Anna.
No, I mean, obviously losing a Torpedo Anna is no embarrassment whatsoever, and she ran fine in here. I think that 99 buyer in her prior start is sticking out like a sore thumb, which is not to say she's not running figures that could win, even if you have some issues with that number. She is the horse to beat, despite the fact that I made fun of my chalk-eating weasel partner here.
Dark, I'm the chalk-eating weasel.
She's 7-5 in the morning line.
I'm picking her because I think she's going to win.
She is the horse.
Here she is, schooling this morning and having the opportunity to go to the paddock, put on the saddle, go through the process. Obviously, she's done it before, but before these big races, you don't want to leave anything to chance.
Well, the question in this race, obviously, is the 1.25 mile distance. This may well be the only time in their careers that they run a 1.25 mile. There are no 1.25 mile, races for older horses, big, highly graded race for fillies and mares. So. There are going to be horses that are better at this distance, and maybe a horse like Candy isn't quite as effective at the distance.
The distance also a question for her stablemate, Miss Justify. She's never been beyond a mile, though she has won her last 2 for Todd Pletcher, including the Wilton Stakes here at the Spa.
And we saw the winner of the Wilton Randomized upset the Alabama last year. The one thing I'd say, and I think she's dangerous, she projects to be the controlling speed in this race, much like Randomized was. I feel like this was a solid race, Raj, but I also feel like she was the beneficiary of a very quick pace.
And what I loved about her performance in this race is that she was able to adjust to not being on the lead or not chasing the pace, which shows that she can be effective from off the pace. And when we're trying to judge a horse these horses have never been the long distance, you're trying to look for different reasons to see if you think they're going to like it or not. I would say I think she would like it because she doesn't have to be rushed the whole way. She can get into a better rhythm going 1.25 miles.
It depends how much the number 2 horse, the horse that won the
Chattelas.
Won the Indiana Oaks, or at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is an interesting race. Todd Pletcher does have a strong hand, though.
The $600,000 grade 1 Alabama. You can watch it live on Fox 3 to 6 p.m. as Fox Saratoga Saturday returns this weekend, and a fascinating field of 3-year-old fillies going the 1.25 miles in the historic Alabama. Horses in the paddock, though, for race number 3. There is your favorite Midnight Mile. Speaking of some nervous types, she is one of those. There she is, fired up in the paddock. We'll get Maggie's Paddock Report, see if she settles down, talk a little bit more about this race 3 field when we come back. Coming up next, the pick 4 kicks off as we enjoy this beautiful Wednesday at the track. Happy birthday, Olivia! Let's go! We're in Toga, baby!
the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Smokin' Hot Kitty is second in the opening stages. They're at the top of the stretch. Smokin' Hot Kitty, Sterling Silver comes through on the inside. A potential double-digit score for Sterling Silver, waltzing home. Looms Boldly, factually correct, 1-2 out of the gate. And it's Looms Boldly in control throughout. Looms Boldly, much the best in the John Morrissey. Showcase looming just behind them, fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. On the inside, Showcase is awaiting Racing Room, trying to get out of there. And Showcase gets out. Showcase, ultra impressive at the top of the stretch. Outlaw Kid step forward, joined by a confident Surveillance. Surveillance has his eye on the prize. He is long gone, just breezing through the stretch. Helena's Forte comes away in third. Helena's Forte moves up, takes that second spot. Helena's Forte would not be denied. Apollo 10 is one of the first out of the gate. Fandom coming through along the inside, flashing sharp speed. They're at the top of the stretch, and Fandom has a 1.5 length lead. Run Carson with a final try at Fandom. Fandom fought them all off. Deterministic backs off, and still Carson's Run at the back. Outside of him, Carson's Run is within a 1.5 lengths. Carson's Run on the outside with big strides to the lead. And Carson's Run has won. Strong Quality broke alertly. Carl Spackler secures a good tracking spot right away for Strong Quality, who takes them into the far turn with a 3-length cushion on Carl Spackler. Strong Quality. Carl Spackler makes the first move at him. And here comes Carl Spackler on the outside. Carl Spackler has opened up. What a tremendous athlete Carl Spackler is as he dominates the FanDuel 4-Star Dave. Wins it by more than 4 lengths.
Dazzling performances in Week 5. The Saratoga Weekly Wrap is brought to you by Walmart Farm, as we did see Carl Spackler pick up the first grade 1 of his career, taking the 4-Star Dave, and first 4-Star Dave victory for his trainer, Chad Brown.
And you know, going into the race, Raj, they were all looking for a grade 1 win, and there's an argument that it wasn't a super strong grade 1 field. this was a Grade 1 performance.
Yeah, what a way to stamp yourself in the Grade 1 division by winning with so much dominance. And for the whole connections, the owners, the E5 Racing, and Tyler Gaffalione, the son-in-law of E5, Bob Edwards, just everybody, it came together for them all.
And a homebred for Bob Edwards as well.
And I'm sure that, yes, by the way, I'm sure they're glad the Master of the Seas wasn't in here, last year's Breeders' Cup Mile win here. But as a fan, I almost wish he was, because I don't think he was beating this guy on Sunday.
You know what? He performed even better than I would have thought. He was my pick. I thought he would win this race. But I did think that Master of the Seas would beat him if they were running in the same race. This performance, I don't know if Master of the Seas would have been able to beat him.
It was good.
Big performance for the Chestnuts with the white faces, in fact, too. Carl Spackler into Carson's run in the Saratoga Derby, as we did see. We talked a little bit earlier on about Dylan Davis and just how well he's been riding, and he gave Carson's run a terrific ride coming from off the pace, saving ground when it counted, Raj. That move he made to try and save a little bit of ground when going that far.
Yeah, what a perfect trip, and he was just so patient. And you know, when a jockey starts transitioning from winning day-to-day races and starts winning Grade 1, it's a different cup of tea, because many jockeys can ride a day-to-day race and, you know, and win and perform the way they should, and then they lose themselves in the moment. For you to stay composed and knowing what's at stake and being able to deliver that performance, it's starting to elevate what Dylan Davis is capable of, and I think it's going to give a lot of people more confidence and give them opportunities at that level.
If you're not paying attention to how well he's riding, then you're just not paying attention, period. And it's also nice, it's his third technical Grade 1 win, but the other two were in Canada, and to be fair, they're not graded by our system. This is his first actual Grade 1, and that's a very big win for Dylan, and a deserved win, because he is riding as well as any rider in the country.
And to do it here at Saratoga as well for Carson's run, who we have seen just a horse that was a very good 2-year-old, has taken that step forward as a 3-year-old. As there's Midnight Mile, though, in the paddock for this upcoming third race. On the muscle here, she often is. We'll take a look at her perfect sting last time out. Now we get to show this race, Andy, where she finished second to Moofy. She is arguably the one to beat off of this race, but can she keep it together to get the win?
She's a tricky horse. This is a weird ride by Irad Ortiz. You see him there looking for room or turning her head. She kind of had room between horses and got there. It just, I don't know, does she strike you as a horse that's tough to ride, Rajiv?
She strikes me as a quirky individual. Watching her how she even presented herself in the paddock, she's on her toes, she's overly agitated, and you know, that kind of thing, when you're in races where it's determined by such sharp margins, there's no room for error. And if you're going to have a horse that's kind of cocking their head or doing something that not what you want them to do as a jockey, it could pose issues. And this is the kind of race I picked against her. For those reasons, I feel like Immensitude is one that I think we haven't seen the best of her. So that's my take.
Trainer Cherie DeVos sends out the 3 Blissful, though, and has a big weekend coming up. Cherie standing by with Maggie.
And coming off the back of a pretty good weekend as well, Lisa Sunday, we'll ask her about More Than Looks in that 4-star day, but do want to talk to you about Blissful here first, Cherie. Gosh, she's really matured into such a beautiful 5-year-old mare.
She really has, from where she'd been what she looked like when she had broke her maiden here first time out as a 2-year-old, took completely different filly and now mare, which, you know, you hope that they end up looking like that when you buy them young.
Do you think that translates to the racetrack today, coming off those 2 soft turf courses?
She should really appreciate the firmness that this course is going to offer. You know, it's a tough field. There's some speed. She definitely has to be forwardly placed, but she doesn't need the lead. So we'll hope that the race shapes up for her.
I know last Sunday, More Than Looks coming back in a tough spot, but he ran incredibly well. You have to be really pleased. As you've said, your end goal is the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Correct, yeah. Really pleased with how he ran. Gave us an extra week from the lure, but taking nothing away from the winner, who ran awesome. It should be a race that we can move forward from, especially the nature of his injury, that he came back. He looks great. So hopefully we have a fun year and a fun career with him.
So excited for him, but also she feels pretty. I know you tried the Belmont Oaks last time. You expressed a little concern to me about the distance. Now she turns back a furlong. Talk a little bit about her and why this race is better.
You know, it's definitely shorter in distance. We give her plenty of races in between. It's her third race off the bench, so hopefully that also translates. But, we did definitely give her the shot in the Belmont Oaks, and it just wasn't to her liking. So hopefully with the cutback in distance here, we'll have a better result.
Well, good luck here and best of luck with her this weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right, She Feels Pretty coming up Saturday, but first, Blissful. Acacia.
Big couple of days for the barn. Maggie, thank you. Cannot wait to see She Feels Pretty coming up this weekend, by the way. Maybe she was too far for her in the Belmont Oaks, but she ran really well behind Cinderella's Dream.
Some horses lose races and ran great. She runs that race, she'll win.
Here's Cherie's charge in this race, though, Blissful.
I think Blissful's far from impossible in this race. You guys both like the number 7, Immensitude. I'm not sure Blissful, at a much better price, doesn't have his equal chance.
There's your favorite, Midnight Mile.
2 seconds, most recently, getting me the neck. Adds Lasix today. There's a lot to like, but I picked against her at a short price.
Strikingly spun, trying to turn things around for Joe Sharp.
She's a horse that would really have to improve to be a factor in this race.
Here's 30 Thou Kelvin. Does have some forward position.
Yeah, that natural speed is going to put her in a good spot. Just think she might be a notch below this level of competition.
Immensitude, Rajiv has interest in.
Both of you like this horse more than I do. I think she's not impossible, and do agree she probably didn't handle that Churchill turf last time.
Likely the main pace setter, not so close.
Yeah, expected pace setter is going to try to take them wire to wire after finishing third last time out.
John Velasquez switches, yep.
I'm going to be aboard this one and watch this birdie off a bit of a layoff.
She's got races that make her far from impossible in here, though she didn't run well behind Blissful and Immensitude last time. I like the 8, not so close to wire this field.
Not so close. So you mentioned, I know that you have a memory of her from last summer. Though.
Yeah, well, she's like one of my frustrations. I had a very good handicapping day in August 17, and I picked her second, and she could have been one of another winner that day at a big price, and thought she was interesting to wire the field that day, and I think she's interesting again, and I'm just never going to let her beat me again. I do think the favorite's the worst to beat in here, Midnight Mile. I'm not against her, but I think if she loses on the front end to this horse.
Not so close, who has early speed, 30 Thou Kelvin, not as fast early, and always nice to see those Mary Lou Whitney silks here in Saratoga. As far as your favorite is concerned, the 4 Midnight Mile, she is 4-5 right now. So Rajiv, you're also going to the 7 Immensitude. I thought that she just really did not handle that yielding turf course over at Churchill, which is a bit of a quirky turf course to begin with.
Yes, and that was a graded stakes as well. And she's back on Lasix today. I feel like the best is yet to come for this filly, and we'll see her top performance.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups on track. Let's go back to Maggie, trackside.
And Acacia, I know you would probably agree that Midnight Mile is not particularly our type when it comes to observing them physically and the way that they're acting, because she came in much like she did last time to Aqueduct, really revved up. She gets a little crampy and just uncomfortable, and you watch her last race in the Perfect Sting. She ran around there with her tail up in the air. She kind of got to drop back and save ground. Then she caught a little bit of a blind switch, but when she was produced into a hole, she wanted to lug in. She was very reluctant to go through there, and watching the head-on, there definitely was enough room. It's just that she didn't want to really get close to the other horses, which, okay, fine, but sometimes that's not the type of mindset, and you want horses to be the dominant types that are willing to kind of get in a tussle, to run by any foes out on the racetrack. And for me, she's just not that type, and I am not willing to take her at even money. She'll have to beat me here today, as we'll take a look at number 3, Blissful, who will be my selection. As I mentioned in that interview with Cherie, she has done so well, even from 2 years ago when I last saw her. Just has grown, filled out, such a beautiful filly, as she should be, as Cherie mentioned, with that pedigree, being a daughter of Empire Maker. And I just think those bigger, more fuller body types of animals don't necessarily handle ground that has given it. So back on a more firmer turf course today, as she looks to be forward. Moving on to number 5, Strikingly Spun. Same thing with her. I know she's a bit of an outlier in here here and she'll have to run better. But watching her race at Indiana, Horseshoe Indiana, she just looked to be bobbling and not handling that turf course that well, which did have significant give in it. It was labeled as good, but you could see they were really cutting it up when running over the surface of it. I thought she looked phenomenal. She was the long shot that really caught my eye, really relaxed and well within herself. Just has done well. Another one from last year as a 3-year-old to now as a 4-year-old, really filled out. And then number 7, Immensitude. She was a little bit rambunctious when Junior Alvarado went to get on her. She kind of threw in a bronc. Luckily, he is very strong and has a great seat on him. Coming off a little bit of a layoff, she looks fit enough. She looks very strong and well conditioned here for Bill Mott. And I do think, you know, this type of distance is preferable. Mile and a 16th or a mile would be best for her. Wondering if she needs it though. Just not quite as fit looking as some of the others, but definitely feeling good as number 8, Not So Close. I really think the mile is the best race for her. Just that extra half a furlong is going to stretch her. She's very small, compact. She loves to freewheel it on the front end. And I also feel like there's some other horses that, while she is the fastest of them, might just encourage her to go a little bit faster than she should to get this mile and a 16th, guys.
9-2 on Not So Close right now. Maggie, thank you. As Andy, you touched on, and I believe Maggie picked her, the 3 Blissful, how she could be a player at a nice price in this race.
Well, I don't understand why she's twice the price of the 7 Immensitude. I'm not saying Immensitude may not beat her, and I know you both like her, but I thought Blissful ran just as well, if not better, when she beat her, and she's coming off of 2 races on very soft turf courses. So
Right.
getting onto a firm turf course is going to help her, and to me, she's an overlay in this field.
Oh, I was splitting hairs between number 7 Immensitude and number 3 Blissful when deciding which one to pick, so the discrepancy in price is a big factor.
7-1 on Blissful, who gets back onto a firm turf course today. There is Immensitude, though, as they load in for race 3, first turf race of the day. Frank Miramati standing by.
Here's Not So Close, one from the outside for the Mary Lou Whitney stables. And watch this birdie completes the lineup. Watch this birdie goes in. And they're off. Not So Close is very fast, so is Immensitude, and Midnight Mile is up and on the pace too. Blissful taken off that trio, races in 4th through the opening quarter mile. Then comes 30 Thou Kelvin, racing 5 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers are strikingly spun, and watch this birdie is at the back, some 12 lengths off Not So Close, who's taken in hand while leading the way. Midnight Mile finds a little bit of a seam on the inside and pounces, and now those 2 on even terms, straightening up for the run down the backstretch. Not So Close lets it out a notch. Midnight Mile, headstrong, taken a strong hold of, and Immensitude is racing in 3rd. Then it's Blissful 4th. The opening quarter went in 25 and 2/5 seconds. They're followed by 30 Thou Kelvin, who races right next to Strikingly Spun, and still another 2 back to watch this birdie. 49 and 2 for the half mile. Not So Close to controlling speed. Midnight Mile now moves to the outside to engage once again, and with his in a neck. Then comes Immensitude, 2 off the pace in 3rd. Blissful pushed along, asked for more. Strikingly Spun is racing in 5th. 30 Thou Kelvin is next. And trailing throughout, watch this birdie. Not So Close. Midnight Mile looming up alongside to challenge. Midnight Mile on the outside and Not So Close. Immensitude, Blissful between horses. They're in the final furlong. And it is Midnight Mile on the outside of Not So Close. 30 Thou Kelvin is coming through smartly late. 30 Thou Kelvin comes through inside Midnight Mile. These 2 come for the wire together. 30 Thou Kelvin. Beautifully ridden by Dylan Davis. He is in some zone right now. Then it's a photo between Midnight Mile and watch this birdie, who came from well out of it.
An upset here in race 3, 30 Thou Kelvin in a surprise move coming from off the pace. Maybe not the initial game plan, but just as you heard in Frank's call, Dylan Davis in an absolute zone right now.
I'm a bit baffled that this filly won, and I'm a bit baffled at how she won, because I would never expect her to be from off the pace. She got squeezed back in the beginning of the race, shuffled back, and changed tactics, and Dylan just saved every inch of ground, staying on the rail and winning the race by a head. You know, that's
25 to 1.
That's the
I
ultimate
picked her
difference.
third, so I'm not shocked that she won the
well done,
race.
you.
I'm surprised how she won the race, and I don't understand how she was 25-1 in this field. She too was coming off a soft turf race.
We'll take a look at the start. The 5 and the 6 are going to
It seems like there's like 4
squeezed
horses.
a little bit here, right there in particular. But this is a point, Rajiv, when Dylan doesn't panic. He doesn't try to rush her up then at that point, and I think that really made a big difference.
And I don't think he ever really wanted to be forward with her, to be honest with you.
Wasn't
So I
that
don't think,
aggressive.
I think he didn't want to get involved with the 8, but Dylan is just doing everything right and coming up the fence and getting it done. The 4 Midnight Mile ran well enough to win here, but she just feels like her own worst enemy. Gets a little bit rank. I thought Flavia did the right thing putting her in the game in here, but she lost to a horse that just got a very good ride and was able to beat her.
Yeah, and I think that the pace dynamics was not suitable for Midnight Mile. When you have a filly that's aggressive and keen and you want to get her to relax, the last thing you want is a slow pace in front of you. A 25 first quarter is relatively slow for this level.
Pointing at trainer Kathleen O'Connell as she celebrates in the winner's circle, the all-time winningest trainer in North America. Kathleen, typically a mainstay down in South Florida. Great to see her up here in Saratoga, pulling an upset at 25-1, and that is 2,500 wins for trainer Kathleen O'Connell as well. Dylan Davis picks up another one. Prices, reactions, and more after this.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live. And don't forget, we have plenty of resources for you. You can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bets Track Stats. For example, do you want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Saratoga? Well, Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com today. As we just saw a big upset here in race number 3, 30 Thou Kelvin at 25-1. And I think we all agree, not necessarily surprised that this horse won. A, surprised that she was such a big price, and B, surprised at how she did it.
I agree with all of that.
2,500 victories for the all-time winningest female trainer in North America, Kathleen O'Connell. Let's head down to the winner's circle.
I'm pleased to be joined here with Kathleen and 30 Thou Kelvin. Not winning the way that we necessarily expected, but what a ride by Dylan Davis to be patient with her today and come up the rail.
And that's the most important thing. They need to have a plan B when plan A isn't in play, you know. And she didn't break the best, looked like she got bumped a little, so we went to plan B. You know, I've always thought she could come from a little off the pace just from other races, but she's like a typical filly. She doesn't want to be wrangled back, but it's just all how it unfolds, and he did a wonderful job going to Plan B.
And Kathleen, she's had a steady diet of stakes and getting a little bit of class relief today. We were a little shocked at the price, but were you shocked at all with the performance?
Well, I wasn't shocked at the performance because when she ran the last time, the turf was very, very soft. So, and she broke sharp, and you know, the rest was the rest of the story. But she's been a pitcher of consistency. She's a lovely to field around in the morning. So I thought, you know, she had a good shot, even though I was surprised at the price myself.
Kathleen, we are just so privileged to have you here. Linda Rice, I know, nipping at your heels for that title as all-time leading female trainer. But talk a little bit about just your career. It's really admirable what you've done with your training career.
Well, it's, you know, been a long road and a lot of sacrifices. And, you know, when I first started, there weren't that many women in the business, so it was even harder. And it was even harder because I have absolutely no family in the business whatsoever, nobody. So I'm proud of all my accomplishments. Records were made to be broken. She's a lot younger than me, so I'm sure she'll last a lot longer. But like I say, to even make it this far is incredible.
Well, here's to hoping you're around for a lot longer as well. Kathleen, congratulations on this milestone.
Thank you very much.
30,000 Calvin shipping in, getting the job, and getting $2,500 for her trainer.
30,000 Calvin, $53.50 winner in race 3, and loved getting a chance to hear from Kathleen. I got a chance to speak to her down at Tampa Bay Downs when she became North America's leading female trainer, and she said when she first took out her license, it said Pony Boy because there was no female equivalent on the backside.
Well, I mean, listen, she's had a remarkable career. That's an incredible achievement. And yeah, Linda Rice going to pass her, but none of that takes away from her achievements in any way.
I mean, so consistent over the years. She's the hardest working person. I see her everywhere I go.
She's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, as Linda Rice, 6 behind, in fact, as you saw that over 107,000 in the Pick 6 carryover. It does kick off in this upcoming 4th race, 2-1 favorite right now with Lord I Wonder, and we'll kick off a very fun and competitive sequence as we'll see how it does play out. Best of luck if you're playing as far as that Pick 6 is concerned today. Well, this past week, as we highlighted in that preview, or I should say recap a little bit earlier on in the card, we saw some nice performances showcase in the Saratoga Special. A promising 2-year-old for trainer Todd Pletcher, as things did not necessarily go his way throughout Rajiv, having to kind of muscle through, and for a young horse to be able to stop and start like that, showing a lot of tenacity and maturity.
Yeah, overcoming adversity is one of the things that you don't usually see with these young horses. He was in a very adverse position on the inside with 4 horses hounding him and boxing him in. He was able to show that grit and make his way out and had an explosive finish.
Purchased at Keeneland September for $300,000. As we saw some notable Keeneland grads this past week here at Saratoga getting the victory. 4 of them, in fact, a nice maiden special weight winner and 3 graded stakes victories as well. As Intricate coming up this weekend in the Alabama, also a Keeneland September graduate, sold there for $200,000 as well. As we see her going through the ring, she will break from the inside for trainer Brendan Walsh after finishing 3rd in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
I think she's a major player in this Alabama and has a very, very good chance to win.
The only filly to have defeated Torpedo Anna, right?
What? Oh, yeah, she's the only one as a 2-year-old. You're exactly right. So we'll see what she can do as Power Squeeze, though. A horse that got back on track last time out to win the Delaware Oaks. She's one that started out being very good in Florida and showed that she could hang with some of the big ones. Finished 3rd in the Acorn, and then last time out picking up that Delaware Oaks victory.
I thought her 3rd in the Acorn was a very good effort. Horses were not making up a lot of ground in that race and that day, and she's a player in here.
She's underrated because her numbers aren't flashy and her wins aren't big, but one thing that she loves to do is win. She's won 5 races, and she's been really strong since they stretch her out over a mile.
Plenty of Keeneland sales grads that we'll see coming up this weekend, and again that we saw in the winner's circle this past week. In fact, as well as the Alabama going to be on the card on Saturday. Pick 6 carryover, though, coming up next. That's our next order of business. Does start here in race 4 with this maiden special weight. Lord, I wonder, second-time starter, currently the favorite. We'll talk a little bit more about the sequence as fans get ready to cheer home their winners after this.
They're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 as we are back here in the paddock, and I'm pleased to be joined by a special guest, Shannon Kelly, Executive Director of the Jockey Club Safety Net. And Shannon, first let's talk about what is the Jockey Club Safety Net and why is it so important to our industry?
Yeah, so the Jockey Club Safety Net is a charitable trust that assists people in horse racing all over the country in all facets of the job. Backstretch workers, grooms, exercise riders, trainers, jockeys, breeding farm workers, you name it. If they're in a time of need, they can call us for help.
And we saw your annual fundraiser last Monday, and it raised a good amount of money, but more importantly, it was to honor the late Nancy Kelly, who was so instrumental in the safety net.
Absolutely, she was the safety net. We lost her in February to her battle of cancer. We wanted to honor her, and the best way to honor her is raise a ton of money, and that's what we did. People really opened their hearts and their pocketbooks to give in honor of a group that really needs the help, and she cared so much about.
Now, for people that weren't able to attend the Fabulous Fillies lunch, how can they help?
It's really easy. You can go to our website, which is tjcfoundation.org, find out what we're doing, events that we're having, or just make a general donation.
And one at Del Mar coming up?
There was going to be one in Breeders' Cup. We're rescheduling it. We're thinking Pegasus Week in Florida.
Very nice. Well, Shannon, thank you for everything you do and spending some time with us here.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Jockey Club Safety Net, as you heard from Shannon, it is a great cause, and make sure you check out how to donate as well. Acacia?
Check out tjcfoundation.org. Maggie, thank you. A wonderful organization to be part of and support. There is a look at Lord I Wonder, the current favorite here in race number 4. Zandy, she did not get off to the best start in her debut. Going 7 furlongs, debuting, not an easy thing to do. She has the rail again here, but I do think that she will be stronger with some experience and getting a little bit more ground.
Right, what she did was really duck in badly, and that's a problem. And also, it is a bit of a concern, the mile shoot, because if you duck in badly, you almost take yourself off the course immediately. But I agree, usually they're more professional the second time out, and you hope that. Though I imagine Al Stahl, not thrilled to have drawn that post. She probably goes up an odd. She is a third choice looking at the multi-race bets.
Yeah, I picked her as my top pick, and I'm banking on natural progress. That experience learned. I expect her to break better. But like you said, if she doesn't break good from this Wilson shoot, she's going to be put in a real adverse situation, especially if her rivals crowd her on the inside. So the start of the race is going to be essentially the most important part for her.
And we do, when we show the mile race, we basically show it head on. So you really want to watch her at the break, because if she takes a left turn, it's going to be extremely problematic for her in this race.
Paddock Report for race 4. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with a duo of second-time starters that bookend this field, beginning with number 1, Lord I Wonder, who you guys were just talking about. And Acacia, I guess you were in the paddock for her debut, but boy, is she a beautiful filly, and hinting at longer being better for her. She's so long and scopy, and I'll say this, for being a daughter of Twirling Candy, who sometimes his progeny, especially the fillies, can be a little bit smaller and slighter in their frame, that Empire Maker on the bottom side really coming through with her, because there is a lot of her, and I appreciate that. She looks incredibly fit here, a superb coat on her as well. And 2, for her second start, it's not like she's been rattled by that first effort. She is very calm, cool, and collected, as we'll jump towards the outside with number 7, Islander, daughter of Gunrunner for Steve Asmussen. So another one stretching out from the 7 to the mile, and it does make a lot of sense for this filly, who has that big, long, scopy kind of neck to her, and she has those big old ears too, which usually hints at a filly or mare having some ability. It feels like the smarter and most competitive ones seem to have that physical attribute. And she broke running, broke well, typical of Steve and his runners, but had to be encouraged to stay forward throughout. And to me, that would just hint it at a filly who, through fairly quick fractions of 22 and 3, 45 and 2, that she probably wants more ground to find her rhythm a bit easier. And I think she ran well enough to build upon that, and getting this extra ground I think will really, really suit her. As we'll move on to a horse coming back for her 3-year-old debut, that's number 5, Helsia. She hasn't changed much from 2 to 3, physically at least. Not to say she won't get better, but she's just kind of still on the smaller side. Incredibly well prepared coming back here. Looks very, very fit. Watching her breeze 2 back, she was going better throughout on the inside of a fellow 3-year-old maiden by the name Solve the Puzzle. So I like the preparations and her readiness for this comeback. It's just, how much improvement are we going to see today? That's what I question, Acacia.
One of 2 in here for Chad Brown, and a fair question, Maggie. Thank you. A horse that costs a lot of money as a 2-year-old, selling at the OBS March sale for $600,000, and not able to break her maiden as of yet. We'll see if she can do it in her 3-year-old debut. Makes things very interesting as far as this pick 6 is concerned, kicking off here, and you've got a lot of questions in this maiden race.
I agree. I think it's important to talk about the 5 Helsia, who I did not pick in here, but I think she's a major player. She was running Beyer speed figures that make her competitive in this race as a 2-year-old. And if she shows that routine improvement coming off the layoff, and Chad Brown's numbers off layoffs, long layoffs, are very strong, she may just be too good for this field. So there is an argument, strong argument for her. And she may be favored as she's favored in multi-race bets. But Rajiv, this pick 6 is a very, very tough sequence, and one that you're going to have to make some decisions somewhere. Now, I look at pick six as the way Steve Chris plays it with an ABC method, where you try to be right. If you can be very right in 5 races and wrong in another one, you still have a chance to win. My A's in here would probably be the 3 and 5, with the 1 as a B. I know you like the 1 a lot, but I would focus on those 3 horses in here in a pick six.
Yeah, what's pretty cool about a pick six sequence is it's a $1 minimum wager, unlike the 50-cent wager. So now it's less spread. So you really have to be, you know, pick your spots. And this is a race where I would pick my spot and single the 1 because I really like this horse. But I wouldn't be surprised if either the 5, the 7, any horse can win this race, truly.
I would bet a lot of money that this pick six, if hit, pays well over $10,000.
Yeah.
I'd probably bet money it pays over $20,000. It's a difficult sequence. Now, a horse that I am betting on myself is in the last race today, and that's the number 8, Hilarious Affair. I think Hilarious Affair is a very interesting private purchase by the connections for trainer Mike Maker, who's having an incredible meet and is sticking relatively close to Chad Brown to be second in the standings right now. And Hilarious Affair's recent turf sprint was against a very talented XY Speed, who unfortunately was rained off in the Troy along with everybody else. I'm going to bet 60 to win an Hilarious Affair in the last race. Hopefully that bankroll will be over 41.50 if I can win my bankroll bets in race number 5, which was a win bet on the number 7 money grab and an exacta box of 4-7.
Best of luck with the bankroll plays. 5-2 on Lord I Wonder coming out here for this 4th race, as again this does kick off today's pick six with that carryover as well. Always plenty of exciting things coming up here. Be sure you keep it locked at Naira Bets, because the $40 Friday feeder contest is a low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd race post time on Friday. Visit nairabets.com/contests for more information. 2-1 favorite to the rail. Now, as Maggie said, yes, I was in the paddock for Lord I Wonder's first race, and there is a lot of her. She was beaten by a horse with experience in that race, which oftentimes is what happens going 7 furlongs. But Rajiv, for those not familiar, talk a little bit about, we'll do it after the post parade, the configuration of this 1 mile distance, because the break will be key for Lord I Wonder, who will kick off the post parade.
There's really not much more to say than that. If she breaks well and she runs a sort of straight race, she could be one horse to beat.
Ooh, fired up today. There's the 3 cost containment.
For my money, she was wide against an inside, which was very much the place to be, so has an excuse in her debut, and she's my top pick.
Tipple goes turf to dirt.
And there's a lot of indication that she might be able to handle the dirt because she has fast workouts in the morning and she has pedigree that's suitable for the dirt.
The other Chad Brown runner, Healthia, off the layoff.
If she improves off her last race, off the layup for Chad Brown, she could be well the horse to beat.
Refuse to Lose cuts back from the mile and an 8th try.
If you disregard that last race, a poor performance, her prior 2 races, she finished second 2 starts back at the same level.
And Islander, $1.5 million daughter of Gunrunner.
If you're one of those people that likes to bet on horses I don't like, then Islander is for you. And Acacia and I have talked about this earlier. I don't like when a horse sits a good trip, as she did, makes the move top of the stretch, and not only isn't able to finish towards the winning of the race, but also gets passed from behind late. Now listen, she's an expensive horse with a big pedigree, a gun runner, so she has every right to improve for an excellent trainer in Steve Asmussen. But based on her first race, I think she is up against any of the 1, 3, and 5 in here, Rajiv.
And I do agree with you on that sentiment that she didn't do much running in this race. What I will say is this had to be a starting point for her. They know that with her pedigree and the way that she runs, she's a distance runner. She needs more distance.
I hear you, but that's what you say after you lose. She was 2-1, she cost $1.5 million, and she certainly didn't run like it. So after they lose, you say this was a starting point. I hope that it's just a starting point for them, because she's got to improve a lot.
A lot off that, yeah.
We'll see what she does. She will be part of the field that kicks off today's pick six with that carryover. More on the sequence. Let's start things off after this on Saratoga Live.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts Breeding Program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Beautiful shot. Saratoga Lake. You get out on the lake at all this summer yet?
You got to be kidding me, right? I actually water skied out there many years ago.
Water skied?
I learned to water ski with a very famous woman athlete.
Well,
she went on with her career. I went on just falling on my face.
Those of you with a bingo card, Andy Sterling can water ski. You're
Been a
going with the
long time.
3 cost containment. What did you like about this filly, Andy?
I like horses that are what I perceive to be what I call against the track. A horse that's running in a race where there's a bias. And a bias meaning a situation, the racetrack, that helps horses but hurts others. This was a day, in my opinion, the rail was very strong. The winner wired the field on the rail. She was 3 wide chasing the whole way around the track, 4 wide even, and was compromised by the track. And she still ran a 72 buyer. So in my opinion, if she gets a fair track today, which I don't have any reason to believe it's not, we did have 1 race in the dirt, run reasonably fairly, I think she'll run better. You have some questions, though, Keisha, about her on a mile.
I am curious if she'll be able to handle it. She's the half-sister to Drill, a talented sprinter and precocious one. But let's get Maggie's take. Maggie, what are your thoughts on cost containment stretching out?
I had actually written in my notes, looks more like a sprinter in her debut, but looking at her, kind of, you compare her to what she's facing today. Look, Lord I Know is about as long and scopy as they come, but, look, she doesn't look that limited. In that I think a mile will be okay for her because she's actually that much stronger having that race under her belt as well. My biggest concern actually comes from the quality. Now, it might be apples to oranges. It doesn't matter if she was against the track, but I don't know if she was facing horses that are as good as what she faces today in her debut, Belmont at Aqueduct. Now, number 4, Tipple, she'll switch from turf to dirt, and this feels like a classic Linda Rice move where she needed her first race, she got a tightener on a much more kind surface in the turf, but it's probably the dirt that might be to her liking. Now, maybe I'm wrong, because she actually does have a lot more turf pedigree on the bottom side, being a half to Hootenanny, who once upon a time won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. But she is very upright in those pasterns, so I can see her taking to this surface just fine. And as Raj pointed out, has been working lights out on it. She's just so much more fit. It's remarkable how much she gained out of that first race. So much more tucked up and defined overall. A little bit more clued into watching her out on the racetrack. She knows what's about to happen. So watching her work 2 back, she was working heads up with an 0-for-5 maiden by the name Shoplifting, who has run fast races on the dirt and really holding her own quite nicely against her. So I'm very intrigued to see what she does switching to the main track, and she's a generous 8-to-1 right now, Acacia.
Maggie about that.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see what she does second time out. And that's one of the intriguing things about this race, Andy, because you have horses that are still lightly raced I think it looks like it could potentially be a quality group that they're facing in here, and they each have hinted of having some ability.
No, I think that's a very good point, is what makes it tough going this pick six. And it's one of the things, it's sort of a theme, right, Rajiv, in this pick six sequence, where you've got one open race after another. And we like them as gamblers because if you like somebody, you're not going to get a super short price. And if you're right, you get paid. But from a pick six perspective, it gets pretty complicated.
But it's a great betting card. This race itself, the flow, the dynamics, everything is going to shape up right from the gate, because if the number one Lord I Wonder doesn't break well, she might get shuffled back. I expect that Joel Rosario right outside of her. He knows that's the main danger. He's not going to he shouldn't be making it easy. So I'm very intrigued to see how the race shapes up right out of the gate.
A fun race to kick off the pick six, over 565,000 in today's pool. Thank you to everybody who put a ticket together, and good luck if you're playing this afternoon. Race 4 to kick off today's pick six with that carryover. Let's get it started. Here's Frank Miramati.
Islander will be the last one to load. Going in. They're in the gate. They're off. Cost Containment is very quick away from the gate, as is Helsia, and Tipple is in between those two. For them across the track as Islander joins the party in fourth, but now backs off to be 4 lengths off the lead. Then comes Lord I Wonder and Refuse to Lose, who was off slowly. A little bit of hesitation out of the gate is the distant trailer. They swing on to the backstretch with Cost Containment, opening quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Cost Containment narrowly in front. Lord I Wonder is very eager, has to back off now as Tipple up alongside moves to take second. They're followed by Helsia on the outside of Islander. These 5 separated by less than 4 lengths, and another 3 back to Refuse to Lose with a half mile left to go. And Cost Containment, the controlling speed. The half went in 48 and 1. Cost Containment by 2 over Tipple in second. At the rail, Lord I Wonder. Helsia races in the 4th spot as they come toward the quarter pole. It's another 3 lengths back to Islander, who has lost some ground, and 3 in front of Refuse to Lose. They're coming to the quarter pole. Cost Containment has a narrow edge at the top of the stretch. In between horses, Tipple and Helsia is in third. They're coming to the 8th pole. Tipple shifting in and out as Cost Containment maintains that straight course and opens it up to lead by 2. Tipple is in second, followed by Helsia in third. A 16th to go. Cost Containment, Tipple trying so hard. Cost Containment, Tipple with a final try. Photo finish between those two. Cost Containment and Tipple, who might have cost herself. It's close. Then it was Helsia in third.
Tight photo finish between Cost Containment and Tipple. I believe Cost Containment held on, but maybe starting to get a little short there, but she was game to hold on for the mile. An aggressive ride by Joel Rosario.
And I thought Frank Miramati nailed it when he said that Tipple was really her own worst enemy in this race. In this race, as she was lugging in and causing herself problems, and she fought her tooth and nail the wire. I just don't know that she ever really got her nose in front, Rajiv.
No, not until after the wire, Tipple got in front, but Joel Rosario just masterfully ridding the way he rationed out her speed, setting even fractions up front, very controlled tempo, and just a beautiful ride, and just press all the right buttons to hold off by a diminishing nose.
Andy, you said Joel Rosario thinks he's riding randomized right now. Who notably
well, I mean, she just looked kind of tiny in there, the way he was riding her. But she got it done.
7-2 winner. 3, 4, 5, 1. Top pick for Andy. Cost Containment gets the victory, holding on over Tipple as Cost Containment very, very game to get that victory. Well, as we mentioned, coming up this weekend, our Grade 1 to look forward to, the Grade 1 Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales for the 3-year-old fillies. And yes, of course, Torpedo Anna not running in here. She's going to the DraftKings Travers, but you have a very intriguing and I think talented group that's going to line up of these 3-year-old fillies who will try to take a step forward. Just Basking, winner of the Iowa Oaks last time out, a new face here on the NYRA circuit.
She did break her maiden going 1.25 miles for trainer Ian Wilkes, and this is a big class test for her. But I got to tell you, Rajiv, I always root for Ian.
Yeah, and he's not going to bring her here if he doesn't think that she's worth a shot at this level. And, you know, when you think about it, this big distance of 1.25 miles, at least you know she'll like it. She doesn't have that distance limitation factor.
A homebred for her connections who said we'll sell the colts, keep the fillies, as many breeding operations who race do exactly that. And they said the race we'd love to win is the Alabama. And they have a chance to do just that.
No, and it's a fun race. Obviously, Candide is the horse to beat, the horse you like, Rajiv, and I don't disagree with that. But there's a lot of new shooters coming in here, and the 1.25 miles, it's just that great. Distance is the great evening factor in racing.
Just basking, a two-time winner, including that 1.25 mile maiden length score. Take a quick pause to welcome in some new viewers. Stay with us on Saratoga Live. You're watching Saratoga Live on a glorious Wednesday afternoon as we kick off week 6 up here at the spa. For our new viewers on Valley Sports, thanks for joining us. Acacia come on alongside Andy Serling and Rajiv Mirage. And Andy, of course, we're looking forward to that Grade 1 Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales this weekend. The fillies in the spotlight, but some fun stakes action still to come today.
Just looks like a terrific card today and some good racing coming today and the rest of the week. And we're looking forward to a lot of good weather.
Yeah, definitely excited for the Alabama. A race that I look forward to every year. I mean, such a big event, and today is just another day that's beautiful to enjoy.
No, gorgeous day here, absolutely.
We love to see it as we had a carryover in the pick 6, which did kick off in race 4, and it was the number 3, Cost Containment. Very game to hold on where her speed was rationed by Joelle Rosario, and she's able to hold off first-time dirt runner Tipple late in the stretch.
But to be fair, Tipple, her own worst enemy, really gave her all she could handle. And there's an argument if Tipple had kept herself straight, she would have won. But Cost Containment able to get the job done at a generous $940.
Oh, that was a big price for Cost Containment. And like you talk about this card today, such evenly matched races, you're gonna get paid out. You know, if you pick some of these horses that are getting overlays.
3, 4, 5 in race 4 as there is Joelle Rosario and Cost Containment with the victory. Of course, Rosario just recently inducted into the Hall of Fame across the street, and rides like that remind you of why he had that prestigious honor. You think back to horses like Randomize, able to ration out that speed. He's always very good at saving a little something for the end.
No, he's a masterful rider. I always feel like if I have Joelle on a speed horse, I always have a little extra confidence.
And in that race, you could see when he came up in the stretch, he had horses bearing on him, and he just kept his composure.
Chad Brown, the winning trainer, he's standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right. Cost Containment, very, very game here, Chad. And Andy pointing out against the racetrack last time. But talk a little bit about your, want to stretch her out in distance. Pedigree would say maybe.
Yeah, I say Good Magic could get the mile, and she kind of ran even in that first start. She was kind of placed third and finished third. We left there thinking, let's just be patient and wait for a mile race, and because she just sort of ran in place there. But I thought Joelle used good judgment to get to the rail and get to the lead, and she held on nicely.
Talk a little bit about, too, a horse that you'll be sending out this weekend in dynamic pricing. I know sending out a few in there, but she seems like the most logical of the trio coming out of the Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, I think a cutback's logical. She had a nice race at Churchill at the same distance and has that good turn of foot. And sometimes with those horses that close, as you know and point out in the paddock all the time, it's not a given they're going to keep closing, keep going. When you run these long races and you lose the pace, you lose the kick a little bit. So I think we figured out a good pace in front of her, mile 16th.
She'll be coming up in the late class. But to kind of, expand on what you were just saying, turf versus dirt horses. Dirt horses seem to be able to sustain that run, whereas turf horses oftentimes just have that quick burst. How do you kind of discern between the two?
Yeah, it's a good question. When you identify that turn of foot with these grass horses, then you try to figure out what the best position in the race to use it. And with this horse, it seems like a sort of a middle distance, and you have that quick burst there, like you said, but it's not going to last forever. And running in sand is more of a sustainable move, I think. So well said, and we determine which horses have that turn of foot, and our grass horses. It's just a matter of figuring out the distance.
Fascinating. Always a pleasure to pick your brain a little bit about that. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Hemi.
All right, Cost Containment breaks her maiden at second asking, and she was in for the fight today. Acacia, sorry, I almost called you Lafitte.
That's a new one? No, thanks, Maggie. Usually Maggie and I get confused. People confuse the two of us as we're running around the track, or it's usually one of our producers maybe that calls us the wrong thing.
You
or
could
we
call Maggie
Greg.
Greg.
So, yeah, Maggie's Greg now for the rest of the day.
The good news for me is no one is confusing me with Andy.
No, there's no chance of that, Rajiv.
Don't worry. Well, just wait till the last week of the meet when we're all dragging and tired. You never know what's going to happen, Raj.
Rajiv and I are never dragging and tiring. Raj,
no, we just
that's
getting
for
ready.
the other people. We don't drag and tire. Speak for yourself over there.
Coming up, it is the Suzie O'Kane for the New York bred fillies, and we'll get a chance to see these two rematch. It was Awesome Check getting the win over Boxed Wine, who closed up the inside, being able to save ground throughout. Awesome Check won a 4 in this race for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, Awesome Check's fine. You know, she's 2 for 2 on the turf against New York breds. Got a good trip here, but she has that kind of tactical speed to give herself good position. I prefer to better price Boxed Wine out of the race, but I don't have any argument against her.
There's so many races to go, and I think we haven't mentioned Brock Nardini. That filly has been running against open company. This is her first time back against New York breds.
I want to know if she was favored last time. She looked like a 20-to-1 shot in that race to me.
She was a favorite. She ran off early and faded. I think they're going to change tactics so they revert back to what made her successful coming from off the pace.
Well, as you may see here on our desk, this is the giveaway.
Come on, Raj.
This week.
Come on, put it on.
Here at Saratoga on Friday.
Andy, don't cover this beautiful hair.
Famous truckers in the
Mirage
product. Family.
There's too much product in the hair for him
no product
to put a
in this
hat on.
beautiful mane. I tell you what, I don't need
these
the product
trucker
for
hats
this.
can make anybody look good.
I'm not playing on occasion.
Looking good.
Wow.
You see you and I in a semi doing a cross-country trip.
Yeah, 18-wheeler. 18-wheeler Andy, they call him.
I think it's time for us to say goodbye. That's our move. Don't worry, next set coming up soon. Greg Wolf and the rest of the team will kick off the 50-cent late pick 5, the Suzie O'Kane for the New York bred fillies coming up next. It's currently Summer Whirl, last out maiden winner. Who's your favorite right now? A lot more to come on Saratoga Live.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Welcome to Alabama Week at the premier meet in the country with 3-year-old fillies on the lawn. Featured in today's Suzie O'Kane. Awesome check. Appreciated the softer company in her last start. Could she follow that up with another winning performance as the morning line favorite? Beats was big off the bench for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, but now comes a tougher test. Facing some stakes-placed fillies in today's ace. Is she up to the challenge? And we'll preview Saturday's Alabama. Can Candied cash in with no Torpedo Anna to run down? She'll be the one to beat as trainer Todd Pletcher seeks a 5th win in the race of the meet for 3-year-old fillies. That and more coming up on this Wednesday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon at this historic racetrack with another big week coming up. And the fans, you can feel the anticipation of a couple of big weeks ahead in this 3-year-old filly division. And then next week, the boys getting their turn in the DraftKings Travers. Greg Wolf alongside champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca, and former champion rider Richard Migliori. Feature coming up early on in this 5th race next. Suzie O'Kane will tell you what she meant to this sport in just a minute. This won a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. And JK, certainly your favorite awesome check. Last time out looked very good, dropping out of Stakes Company in that win.
Yeah, she did. And look, she's 5-2 on the morning line. A little bit chillier right now on the board, but the multi suggests they'll probably take some money. But the story of this race to me is Horacio De Paz, right? He's got a few runners in here, including Awesome Check, Money Grab, Red Burgundy, a few horses in here that I think can win. But Awesome Check definitely where the conversation should start.
Think no one's really separated themselves in here yet? Is it wide open?
It's always tough, especially when you're dealing with 3-year-old fillies because they can change overnight. I think the 2 Summer Whirl is a horse that is a very viable competitor in here, but this is going to be the first time she's going to face winners, Mig, and sometimes that could be the toughest task. So, like I always say, these 3-year-old fillies, they can jump overnight to a different level.
Oh, absolutely. They're maturing. They're changing constantly. I think Summer Whirl is a major player as well, even though it is a big step from maidens to winners. But she showed a turn of foot last time that makes you feel like she is very special. Awesome Check, definitely the one to beat. Named for Martina Navratilova. Barry Schwartz, very clever with his name. She's out of Marvelous Martina, excuse me.
So we'll have that coming up. We're about 14 minutes to post in that Suzie O'Kane. Here's a look at what's ahead on our Wednesday action, presented by Claiborne Farm. So race 5 in this Suzie O'Kane. We start the late pick 5. We have a 2-year-old maiden special weight coming up next. Sprinting on the lawn at 5.5 furlongs and some competitive races later on as well, including that 8th race where Revelita will try and bring Chad Brown, his 2nd winner on the afternoon for the meet's leading trainer. You can play all the action by getting signed up with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets, that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus you can get with punching in that code at sign-up spot $250 right there at NairaBets.com. So here's the race we were just setting up. The Suzie O'Kane, mile and a 16th over the inner turf, 3-year-old fillies, and it is Summer Whirl off that New York-bred maiden win, who right now is the 2-1 favorite. She had to wait for room for a little bit and really did explode down the stretch to get that first win of her career. This race named after one of the most well-known and unique personalities in the industry who passed away early January 2022 after a battle with breast cancer. Was a former member of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation's Board of Directors, co-chairwoman of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders Political Action Committee, and chairman of New York Thoroughbred Breeders Media Committee. She did a lot in her career for this sport.
Just a really beautiful, genuine person, was a dear friend. She was also the founder of Find a Cure to raise money for research for breast cancer, and great horsewoman. Her and her husband, Doc O'Kane, they managed Highcliffe Farm for a very long time for Carl Liza, and very proud that I can call them both friends of mine.
Knowing Carl Liza personally, that's a strong woman.
Someone, I didn't get the chance to meet her, but someone apparently, when she walked in a room, she took over.
The room lit up. When Suzie came in, it absolutely lit up. And I was actually visiting with her husband, Doc, in the box seats the other day, and she's somebody that we all sorely miss.
We're going to look back to the weekend, and Grade 1 4-star Dave, Carl Spackler JK, what do you think of this performance and him getting his first Grade 1 win?
Well, I thought the Carl's always been a really good horse, but at no point in his career did he really kind of go over that hump to suggest he was going to be a dominant Grade 1 horse. This performance was that performance. I am now convinced that he has a legit chance to win the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Mile. He's that good. He was explosive on Sunday.
I'm with you. I mean, he blew me away. And here's the thing about Carl Spackler. He's not going to beat himself. He can place himself wherever he wants, which is key, and he's got that explosive turn of foot. So when they go out to California and you need to be up close, you need to be behind, he's going to be able to position this horse wherever he wants. I mean, he gave the Charlie Appleby horse no shot.
Left him. He put in a different gear and absolutely left him. I agree with both of you, and Jonathan, you're right. He raised his game to another level.
Yeah, he did.
And the way he finished the last eighth of a mile in this four-star Dave, he reminded me of a former Breeders' Cup Mile winner in Artie Schiller. That kind of turn of foot.
This is one of my favorites. That was a serious racehorse. Carson's run, he's continued to really get back to that precociousness he saw as a 2-year-old, winning that Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational. We'll see. He earns a berth down under. We'll see if he makes the trip or not. But that was big for him off that win in Monmouth coming back, first 3-year-old season. This race, Suzie O'Kane, there's your favorite, Summer Whirl. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, it's a really interesting race, Greg, and I'll begin down on the inside with a horse that I find very intriguing, and that's number 1, Brock Nardini, as she'll go out for George Weaver, now second off the layoff, and she was a big kind of lumbering 2-year-old where I never thought she looked that athletic. You know, she kind of had that bigger equals slower type of presence to her physically, but she's showed in her first start that necessarily wasn't the case. But now she's kind of physically looking like she ran first time out. She's a lot more sleek. She's a lot more aerodynamic and athletic looking. And watching her race in the Boiling Spring, which she went off as favorite against Open Company, and she's had a steady diet of Open Company ever since breaking her maiden. She got away kind of messy, right? And it kind of put her behind the 8 ball a little bit. Then Paco Lopez kind of went to send her up. Then, as Paco usually does, he often throws the reins at the horses, meaning that he's often got a loop in his reins. And for some horses, that's a signal, and why he gets along with some horses that want to be headstrong, that's a signal to slow down. Well, if you're not pulling against me, then I'm not going to pull against you, and we're not going to go anywhere. So I feel like she's the type of filly that needs to feel the bit in her mouth to make sure that she's engaged. And because she is such a big filly, a lot of times you need to hold them together a bit more. She looks amazing here in the paddock today. Blindly picking horses on appearances, it's Brock Nardini. As we'll move on to your favorite, who also makes a lovely impression. That's number 2, Summer Whirl for Graham Motion. She did get an ideal trip to break her maiden last time. Saved ground under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. Tipped out and up in the nick of time. Now, she definitely hints at a filly that wants to go even longer than this, so she'll go back out to the mile and a 16th. She's such a typical Arrogate, that kind of long tubular frame, a little bit more engaged than what I saw from her 2-back. So definitely getting in the race filly mindset. She kind of understands what her job is now, at least by watching her here in the prelims today. And as Horacio de Paz has finished putting tack on all 4 of his runners, the 4th being the outside, number 9, Red Burgundy. She's the one that's going to have to come back off the layoff. She is a speed type and unfortunately draws the outside post, as he does take the blinkers off of her. I don't know if she wins today, but what I can say is that she's done incredibly well from 2 to 3, and of Horacio's numbers where runners, while I respect number 6 in here, Awesome Check, Red Burgundy possibly looks the best. Really strong, well-muscled, coming back off the bench here, and she's nicely engaged and forward, but not doing too much. So, yes, I think, Greg, she's up against it dynamically, but I'm going to watch her with a interested eye to see how she comes back as a 3-year-old.
11-1 right now is a leg up to a man who's already had a winner on this card this afternoon. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Does she control from the outset, guys?
Look, I know she's got those ones in her past performances, but the last 2, the paces have not been very quick. So while she's drawn outside, she does have some tactical speed, I would think. they'll probably try to get away from there a little bit to try to take advantage of trying to that outside post. But she doesn't have to be on the front end.
She's got sprint speed on the grass, and she's coming in fresh.
I think that post maybe dictates that Dylan's got to be aggressive, and she's probably going to be a little bit of fresh off of that layoff. So I expect her to show speed. I do believe she makes the top here, Jonathan.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen towards the inside with Brock Nardini. You get Flavien Prat, who's very aggressive. You get a rail post, so you can pop away from there to hold that position. And you have George Weaver, who's one of those trainers. There's a short list of trainers that really recognize the value of speed. Todd Pletcher, Brad Cox, George Weaver, when it comes to Tom Amos, sending them away from there and holding that position. So I wouldn't be shocked if the instructions weren't to be forward with Brock Nardini on the inside as well.
And Bossy Jeans. I mean, listen, you just broke your maiden in wire-to-wire fashion. Irad Ortiz Jr. serving suspension right now. So Luis Saya is aboard, and Luis been more aggressive lately. So I would think he's going to be aggressive with the 5.
On cue, there he is on the screen. He's on Bossy Jeans. So yeah, meets leading rider today and the next 2 days after that. Noah Rad Ortiz Jr. able to compete here at the meet. Here's Brock Nardini, and this is significant money this George Weaver filly is taking.
Absolutely, and you got some tactical speed from the inside. I think Flavien will send away from there, but either way, it ends up where this one likely gets a great trip.
Love this finish from Summer Whirl and that maiden breaking score.
Yeah, she's going to have to step it up a little bit and not give herself so much to do, but she's a filly by Arrowgate. She has a beautiful stride.
Downtown Channel has Jose Ortiz back aboard.
The other Horatio de Paz.
Look out.
See what I did there?
Gander Carmouche on Boxed Wine, who was third behind Awesome Check last start.
You know, cut back from a mile 8 to a mile 16th, and, you know, she did run well. And what price are you getting today? Not that bad at 8-1.
Horse that Paulie was talking about was forward in a maiden win. It was for maiden claiming, as we go back to the 1 for a moment, Brock Nardini. We'll try and find you Bossy Jeans, the 5. There's the 5, who I was talking about.
Yeah, like you said, wire to wire in a paceless race against maiden claimers. I need somebody else.
Awesome Check dropped out of Stakes Company to get a win here at Saratoga last start.
I'm surprised this horse is 5-1 because this is the one filly that kind of can place herself wherever she wants, and I think she wants the target more than anything.
Money grab. She was facing older company last start.
I think this is probably my favorite win bet on the entire card. I think Money Grab is extremely live, closing into an extremely slow pace last time.
And the speedy red burgundy, blinkers coming off the other. Horatio de Paz?
Only 2 others.
Okay. But speed outside, and we'll see what Dylan Davis does and how aggressive he decides to get. Here's Awesome Check. So not just the Wild Applause. I mean, before that was second beat at neck, you know, in the Tepin, back as a 2-year-old as well. In for state bred, other than company, and got the win at 4-1.
Got a really nice trip here, too. Got that coveted, you know, pocket position, was able to come out. But she's brave because she does have a horse leaning on her, and she's not having any of it. She said, no, I'm going to make my gap. That horse drifted. She goes back to the inside. But I like horses that are brave. She was very brave. Interesting, Barry Schwartz has 2 homebreds in this race. Think about how hard it is to get winners, let alone breed horses that win at this level.
They're giving out the best turned out award, by the way, in the paddock right now. I'm going to give the award on set to Mig.
Yeah.
It's a great tie.
With an assist, right?
He is wearing my tie. Really put the whole outfit together. Here's a look at Brock Nardini. JK, when you look at this, look, Brock Nardini was 8-1, morning line. And see this kind of money, what does that tell you?
Well, I mean, I think that David Aragona, who makes the morning line here at Naira and at Saratoga, he does a great job. So when he's off like that, I will say that the money coming in does tell you something.
They're going to go to the gate early, being told weather in the area, chance of rain in the next hour. So loading up now.
Let's go.
FYI. Favorite, the 2. Summer Whirl. John Velasquez, Graham Motion. First time in against winners off an impressive maiden score. Let's go upstairs for the Suzie O'Kane to Frank Miramati.
Here's Money Grab. Boxed Wine and Red Burgundy. Open the front of the gate there for Downtown Channel. Here's Red Burgundy. One of two for Barry Schwartz. Goes in. Just waiting on Downtown Channel to reload. Downtown Channel coming up. Goes in. And they're off in the Suzie O'Kane. And it's a quick start for Downtown Channel, who goes through to battle for the lead, but Red Burgundy with big strides up to take command, and Bossy Jeans now comes away in third. They're followed by Awesome Check, moving into a clear-cut fourth, with Boxed Wine next. Money Grab is 10 lengths off what appears a lively early tempo. Brock Nardini second to last, and Summer Whirl is the trailer. Around the first turn, and it's Red Burgundy, who clicked off that opening quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. Downtown Channel races in second, and they're followed by Bossy Jeans third. Then Awesome Check, perfectly spotted in fourth, more than a dozen lengths off the lead. Another two to Boxed Wine, racing on the inside of Money Grab. The two trailers are Brock Nardini and Summer Whirl. 47-3 for Red Burgundy, who continues to go along at a good clip, 3.5 length lead. Downtown Channel is in second. Bossy Jeans has to get closer in third. Another 5. Awesome Check starts to move in from fourth. 2 lengths clear of Boxed Wine. MoneyGram is next. It's another 2 lengths back. Brock Nardini and Summer Whirl. They're a quarter of a mile from home. And Red Burgundy still the boss with a 5-length lead. Awesome Check starts to rev up on the outside. Downtown Channel is on the inside third. They're in the final furlong. Red Burgundy, Awesome Check eating up the turf though with dead aim. And Awesome Check has inhaled Red Burgundy close to home and starts to pull away under Manny Franco. Awesome Check is too good. It's a photo for second. It ends up going to Brock Nardini from well out of it. Inside Money Grab, Summer Whirl was fourth.
Awesome Check backs up that way last time out. Now goes back-to-back for Horacio de Paz with Manny Franco.
Well, this is a way to use two horses from the same stable. Red Burgundy showing that good speed, fresh off the bench. Manny Franco with a very well-timed ride on Awesome Check. Paul, we were talking about it down the backstretch. Manny kept checking over his right shoulder, looking who was behind him, because he felt like he had the ones in front. Awesome Check, nice win here for the homebred from Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. She's really put it together recently.
I think the 9, which ended up being the rabbit here a little bit, JK, kind of ran the 2 and 7 off their feet because she actually ran so fast. And the 6 was that one horse that was always sitting in that right spot.
I don't know why they don't do this more in this country,
often, yeah.
right? In Europe, it's common practice where an owner will use 2 horses and use them team tactics, right? Where one will go forward, be aggressive, and hopefully the pace is slow and they can win, or it sets up for your other horse. And I'm shocked it doesn't happen more often. It's a brilliant idea. It's a brilliant move. It's completely up and up to me. You got 2 horses. Let's do it. And I set up perfectly for Awesome Check and an assist to the stablemate, the 9, Red Burgundy.
Does it work better when the horse at least gets to at least like halfway towards the line and doesn't like quit at the pole, at least give somebody more of a target?
Absolutely makes them work to stay with them longer.
Horacio de Paz Barn runs first and third. Awesome Check with the win. Goes back-to-back here at the meet. Under Manny Franco, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Horacio de Paz having a firm hold in this race, setting out 4 runners, but the logical one getting the job done here in Awesome Check. Horacio, talk a little bit about the setup that we got with Dylan Davis and your outside runner, Red Burgundy, and the pace that she got to close into.
Yeah, I mean, Red Burgundy, she's just really fresh right now. And we took the blinkers off because she's been training very forwardly, and kind of the reason I wanted to run her is just to get this race into her because she's doing really well, so it just went too fast for that, type of race.
Yeah, but what about the winner?
She's good. I like her. Love her. All I have. She's really happy for her, so yeah, it's good.
She just seems like she's come back so much better as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she has, and I think she wants to go farther too, even in her gallop out. So this is a good spot for her, kind of move on to other things.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy it. First and third. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, Horacio De Paz getting awesome check with back-to-back victories here in the Suzie O'Kane.
Couple today for Manny Franco as well. Named after, as Mig told us, one of the all-time greats, Martina Navratilova. Now this one's starting to put together a pretty decent resume. 3rd win on the lawn in 6 starts. We'll be back with prices next.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Underway in this late pick 5 on our Wednesday card. And the Suzie O'Kane goes to awesome check. 1 of 4 in the race for Horacio De Paz. Our Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the world's premier breeding stock sale. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. Dropping out of Stakes Company. Wild Applause, and now back-to-back wins here at the meet. Here's the winning move, Mig.
Yeah, and Manny was just so confident, had a lot of horse, tipped out to the clear after saving all that ground on the first turn, and she had a turn of foot. When he asked her for her best, she really kicked it into gear.
She did, and she went by, like Horacio said, a very fresh horse. I think they're probably going to cut back and Red Burgundy. And you know what? The money was probably right on Broccardini. I thought ran a very good second, JK, but just no match for the winner.
Yeah, look, she got a great setup, right? She got honest pace to close into. Manny could sit back, be comfortable, make one run, and she was outstanding. And look, I thought she was live in here, but she was sort of a play against because her trip was so perfect last time. Well, she worked out another great trip here today.
Race 6, 2-year-old fillies. New York breds trying to get that first win of their career. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire, into mischief. Wide open race with just about everybody in this group, with the exception of the one debuting in here, JK.
Yeah, the one Kara's Dreamweaver I thought ran well last time and definitely deserves the 9-2 she's going to get. But as I was walking into the racetrack today, it started kind of hearing a little bit of buzz about the 5 Anna's Call.
We'll talk more about that debuting filly for Christophe Clement in a moment. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 27 minutes away from the 6th on the card. When we return, future New York bred stars. We'll tell you about some of the biggest numbers going through that auction ring, and sales were good. 3rd highest gross in the sales history. Stay with us.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage on Fox Sports 2 of Saratoga Live. Beautiful look there at the 1863 Club. One of the best vantage points to catch all the action at any racetrack in the country. Pretty couple productive nights across the street at that Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale. 182 yearlings sold for just over $19 million. Third highest gross in the sale's history. And it's the third time the sale has averaged six figures with all the youngsters being sold. Here's a look at some of the top names. Quality Road out of Port McGee, headed to Florovich Stables. Wonder who's going to train that one. Mike Maker with a Yaupon.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Tip 485.
Pretty cool to see new sires up there. Yaupon, Maxfield. I know you were heavily involved there, Mig. You went down there, and another Vekoma goes for a big price too.
Well, the Vekomas are he's the white hot first crop sire that everybody's looking for the Vekomas now. It's always a terrific sale, both the select sale obviously and the New York bred sale. And they'll have another sale, Fasig-Tipton, up here in October, which is always a great sale to pick up some bargains.
Things are going good right now. I drove by that, so it was packed Sunday night.
Are you ready to get the money together and get one?
Let's get a little Saratoga Live stable going, should we?
I got to hit a pick five first.
I know, we all need to do a little bit better. Thursday, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, always a special day here in upstate New York. We'll have a preview coming up and tell you about one of the men behind it all right after this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kingdom, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1 $400,000 on a pie. $1 million $5 and $1 million $6. $150,000. $1 million $550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hey, buddy. Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring out the optimal results in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
Naira fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Appropriate that we run that feature with tomorrow being such a big day here. Aftercare Day at Saratoga. Of course, now we're partnering with the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association and the New York Thoroughbred Breeders to host the 4th annual Aftercare Day, paying tribute to an array of organizations involved in finding new homes and careers for retired racehorses. And of course, the feature race named for the late Ninth of President Rick Violet, who was a founding member of the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. So we look forward to that coming up on Thursday afternoon. Will be a very special day. We're going to get back to our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. Sprinting on the grass, 5.5 furlongs. Ton of inexperience, I should say, JK, in this race. So we rely a little bit on pedigrees. An Alpine Giant, Jeremiah Engelhardt. We also rely on Maggie's 2-year-old reports.
This is a filly by the name of Alpine Giant, out of Alpine Sky by Speightstown. She's a New York bred filly that will probably be first book, hopefully on the 25th. And
Turf sprinter?
Turf sprint,
Okay.
yeah. And haven't really mastered the turf long yet, but
Is that a new skill set you're trying to learn?
listen, I always tell Lorna that I want to do a jumper. One of the partners on his family owns the New York Giants, so he named her Alpine Giant. We couldn't get, baby got back.
Is this the connection with Parcells?
No, Chris Mara. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I wanted to name her, I reserved the name I Love You Pookie Forever, and it didn't win the drawing. So, and Baby Got Back won the drawing. However, we couldn't name her Baby Got Back because it was like the song, so you couldn't, we got rejected. And I think my Jockey Club account is red flagged with any name I ever bring to anyone's attention. They always like, listen, we need our specialists to come in here and Google.
And we need like some background,
Yes,
like
yeah.
a PI type of thing.
Right.
Love these 2-year-old reports. Get some inside information before we get to see them run. And there is a look at Jeremiah Engelhardt's filly. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Well, I can tell you that morning I couldn't stop laughing having a barn tour with Jeremiah Engelhardt. He had me cracking up with some of the names he tried to get past the Jockey Club, but we'll start with Alpine Giant here. And she is a daughter of Speightstown who is, well, good at getting any kind of runner, to be fair. But on the bottom side, it's a little bit more dirt tilted. The dam, she was 0 for 5 on the turf, and the lone sibling did win on the dirt, and she's not screaming turf here. Now, there's a lot of stuff on her to say that she can be a little high-strung, i.e. the hood, and I don't often see Jeremiah running his horses with hoods on. We'll see if they take that off of her today, which I think they will. But she also has that training saddle on, which several horses came in with, just to make sure they're not too cold-backed or have that feeling of being claustrophobic when they actually put the actual jockey tack with that overgirth on. I think she needs a start. I think this is just a starting point for her. She looks as though she'll need a race for fitness, honestly, probably for the experience angle too. Moving on to number 5, Anaskull, who is taking all the money, having that lovely pedigree, being out of Epping Forest, who was 6 for 12, stakes placed, as well as her producing Liar's Poker, who's had a stop and start career, but when he shows up to the races, he shows up. He's 3 for 5 on the turf, and this filly is incredibly mature acting and mature looking, very fit as well. She came in with one of those training saddles on, but she acts like she's been here and done that before. Very well schooled. The only drawback is that she's been clipped. And it's the middle of August, and I know that horses, it's a little chilly around here, but I don't love to see that with fillies, that they already have to be clipped. So we'll see how she does here. It could be a moot point, but Anaskull definitely taking a lot of money. Number 8, Mischief Lady, she sold for $57,000 at the OBS March sale after working 10-1. Wasn't the most impressive looking work, to be fair. She was crossfiring, meaning that she was on one lead in front and another lead behind. It looked as though at that point she was struggling with her hind end. She didn't look very comfortable in pushing off. But watching her work out 2-back from the gate here on the main track, she flew out of the gate. So hinting that whatever hind end issues that she may have had early on in this 2-year-old season are behind her. She was working with a Sherwin on, which is that piece of rubber that you see attached to the top part of the bridle that comes down and attaches to either side of the bit, just to help keep that bit up in her mouth, you know, to keep that airway clear. She came in sharp, and she's a good size. She's very mature physically. She looks all turf to me. She looks as though, not that she should be quick, but she's acting that way, like she will show some gate speed. Obviously, given that workout too, she should be quick away from there. And looks as though Eddie Barker, her trainer, has her prepared from a fitness standpoint as well. Number 10, Disco Star. This is all Generazio pedigree, as she is a daughter of Disco Partner, one of the fastest turf sprinters we've seen around here. And also a half to stakes winner, Saratoga Treasure, who won a stakes sprint the autumn days. And there have been 8 foals to try the turf with 5 winners. This filly very much on her toes, very forward, but as we've seen with Mark Cassie, it's more second, third time around that they seem to fire. While she looks fit enough, I just can't get over that fact, Greg, that a lot of these juveniles from the Cassie barn have benefited from starts.
Well, Disco Star, thank you, Maggie. You mentioned his dad, pretty good one. Disco Partner won back-to-back runnings of the Jaipur in 2018. Became a millionaire with this victory. Second fastest Jaipur ever run. The fastest was the year before when he went 105 and 3.
105 and 3. Is that real life?
And that's not down the downhill turf course at Santa
People
Anita.
will
That's
say
on the
like
flat.
this and that. I don't care if that's on pavement. That's moving.
Rolling.
Good.
6 furlongs.
6 furlongs, 105 and change. And the mare is a producer, too. The mare, Sky Gazer, she's had 7 winners from 8 starters and 5 of them on the turf.
2 first out winners on the turf as well. Both of them here at Saratoga, Veterans Beach, Saratoga Treasure. So right now, 6-1 on that runner toward the outside. Keep in mind that also eligible, the 11 for George Weaver does draw in as well as we look at this Disco Partner filly getting set to debut for just an incredible start for the Mark Casse barn, especially with his youngsters.
Mark talked about it earlier in the meet, how he really changed things up coming into this meet, getting a run into horses, having them prepared to fire first time out in Saratoga, and it has worked. However he adjusted the right way, Paul.
Yeah, I think him and Safi Joseph were the 2 guys that decided, okay, we're going to bring our horses up here a little bit earlier, get them a race into them, and then come up here ready to fire, and they both are having monster meets. And I think, obviously, when you come up here, the placement of your horses is key.
Meanwhile, there's the 5. Anna's Call. And Maggie touched on the mother of this one, Epping Forest, 6 for 12 on the grass. Stakes placed, sprinting on the turf. And that's your 5-2 favorite right now, JK.
Yeah, you talked about it at the top. These pedigrees. Mama was a turf sprinter. There's a sibling that was a turf sprinter. And it's interesting that you see Frankie get on board here, trying to probably get his meet going a little bit. It almost feels like this could be a light assist from Christoph to get Frankie rolling here a little bit.
And, you know, the other one, Liar's Poker, won first time out, another sibling. That was at a mile. But Christoph wouldn't have this horse sprinting if this horse was not live. And I'm agreeing with you. Frankie's got a couple W's, got some, under his belt, and maybe he can get a couple another here.
I think it just underscores how tough it is up here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a world-class talent. Somebody that's won everything internationally. He's a superstar. Struggling up here. He's 3 for 30-something. And it's not like he came up here not wanting to ride. Nobody in their right mind wants to keep their weight at a minimum like a jockey does if they don't want to ride.
And he came, I know we're looking at Pratt right there, but yeah, Frankie Dettori on the 5. He's came out and said just recently, I'm not done. I want to do this for a few more years. I'm having so much fun. I love being at Saratoga. He doesn't want to make this one and done. He wants to be here for a few summers.
Yeah, when I did car talk with him to start the meet, that was part of the message that, him and Ron wanted to make sure everyone understood. There's not a victory lap for Frankie. He wanted to be here. He wanted to be here riding this year, the next year, and even the year after that. This is kind of a 3-year plan for him that he wants to be here riding. So he's too good of a rider. He's got too much experience to not get it turned around, to make me to seem more like what Frankie is used to doing.
Yep. Here is Kara's Dreamweaver, who had a really productive debut for Mitch Friedman.
Yeah, a really productive one, and the only one that has a race under her belt, and she was second, and she gets Manny Franco now, and she's 9-2.
Here's the filly we heard the 2-year-old report from Maggie, Alpine Giant.
I like the fact that this horse has a turf work on the Oklahoma training track and a couple of good gate works. I think this horse is live.
The Bond Barn with Gotta Tiz will have Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, the most vocal filly in the paddock. She was kind of hollering at everybody. It's like that kid the first day of kindergarten is a little bit nervous about leaving mom.
Christophe Clement with Anna's Call and Frankie Dettori.
Yeah, this one for Water Lake Stables in 2-1 now, your favorite, a filly by the Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah.
Carlos Martin's going to send out the 6, and the dam was minor stakes placed on the grass.
Yeah, and this horse wanted to run on turf first time, was rained off, so get into the surface they wanted.
Brittany Russell Barn with a first-time starter, young at heart.
Yeah, Brittany's good with her first-time starters and first-time turfers, about 18%. She gets Tyler Gaffleone aboard.
Maggie liked the look of this one for the debut for Eddie Barker, Mischief Lady.
Yeah, all that good Chester and Mary Broman on the female side's got to show that turf is the thing.
Rudy Rodriguez with Tamia has Jose Lescano.
Yeah, back-to-back Honest Mischief fillies. This one went for $100,000. This one for Rudy Rodriguez and Jose Lescano.
Here's the one by the back-to-back winner of the Jaipur Disco Partner, Disco Star.
Turf pedigree on both sides. Mare's a prolific producer, and Disco Partner, he needs no introduction sprinting on the turf.
And Princess Fiona, mom produced a very good one for Todd Pletcher on the dirt named a Luminaire, who's 2 for 2.
And Flavian Pratt will be aboard. I'm sure he's a Shrek fan.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Who isn't? Kara's Dreamweaver, always big. JK to have experience in a field basically full of first-timers. And what'd you think of this debut?
Yeah, I mean, it's everything you kind of want to see from a horse first out. Show some determination. Show the ability to pass horses. Look, we see it all the time here at Saratoga when it comes to these 2-year-old races. There's horses that have tons of ability. They can wow people in the mornings, and they might go on to have big-time careers. But there's no replacement for experience. While some of these are going to be doing this for the absolute first time, including the favorite, the 5, Anna's Call, the 1 Kara's Dreamweaver, has done this before. It goes a long way.
And she was the 8 horse in that race you just saw, getting up, I don't know how, somehow for second. Big late run. Here she is. She'll have the rail today. So immediately, Mig, does that help being in a position where she can save ground?
Well, yeah, even if she's outrun earlier, though, the way she's warming up, as aggressive as she's being, I mean, she really pulling Manny Franco in basically 2-minute lick, about 15 seconds per furlong around that turn. She may show a bit more speed today, guys, with that experience under her belt, but even if she doesn't have to look for the position to save ground. She's already down there.
She's hard to pull up.
9-2 right now. Yeah, what's going on here with Manny Franco and this horse?
Well, you see the way a rider takes a full cross. He actually broke his cross and tried to have to swing the bit in her mouth a little bit just to get her a little off balance to get her back because she was halfway running off around that turn.
She seems happy, though, no, with her ears out?
Oh, no, she's full of energy. I wouldn't say she's over the top, but that's a pretty aggressive warm-up.
There's the horse with experience, Kara's Dreamweaver, and I'm in agreement with with JK's assessment. Like, experience is the best thing you can have. Drawing the 1 hole, not great, but could be great if she breaks well and gets that pocket trip. And she might be tough to hold off. I would think there's somebody going to be in here, obviously can run, but like JK said, that experience is just giant, and she ran on well.
Now with more on Kara's Dreamweaver, who now Manny has gotten a hold of here, and she lightens up. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, exactly, Greg. I'm sure he's relieved that he got her pulled up. But, back in the paddock, she was quite relaxed and very professional. Just had that laser-focused demeanor about her. So I kind of like the fact that she really has gotten on the bridle here in the warm-up because, A, she's drawn the inside, so she needs to be quick away from there. And honestly, first time out, she broke just fine. She just wasn't quite quick enough to keep pace, and actually that pace coming apart at the end, and she was running on well late. So look for her to be a little bit more involved than she was first time out with such an exuberant warm-up that we're seeing from her, but incredibly fit here at second asking. Wasn't in the paddock, so don't have any notes to compare her to today, but still, as JK said, she's formidable in this spot given the experience edge. And then we'll jump to the outside with the horse who draws in. Yes, Polly, I too am a Shrek fan, even named my old dog Shrek once upon a time. But Princess Fiona, Candy Ride is a fairly prolific sire. He stands for $75,000. And this filly only sold last year as a yearling for $15,000. That I take as a little bit of a negative. Now, granted, a Luminaire wasn't on the racetrack and going 2 for 2 in his career at that point, but there had been a winner in the pedigree, and Pedigeek, who did win on the turf, comes in here with some decent workouts. I just thought looked as though she still needed it. Just a little soft around the edges, is fairly athletic looking, but just gave the wait and see impression to me here drawing in, though does get the riding assignment for Flavian Pratt. I went with number 8, guys. I think Mischief Lady could be very quick away from the gate and could lead these on a merry chase.
Well, Maggie's been enamored with this one from the get-go out in the paddock. Mischief Lady, 8-1. See if this one can get Dylan Davis a second winner on the card.
So I started to look, because I was curious about Eddie Barker's stats with turf sprint debuters, and he doesn't have any. So he's got 80 career first-time starters, and he's never tried to do this before. I don't know what to make of that. Maybe this horse is screaming, this is what I want to do, and this is the one that he's finally going to do it with. But I just thought it was at least interesting that in the last 5 years he hasn't had a turf sprint debut horse.
That's kind of interesting.
And here's a look at Young at Heart.
Wow.
Brittany Russell set a record in Maryland for wins last year. First female trainer ever to lead that circuit in the year-end standings. And this one, first time out, Tyler Gaffley on aboard, and the mom was a 5-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, this is one that I like a little bit. You know, Not for Love is a very underrated broodmare sire. I know a little bit older, but he was by Mr. Prospector. And, you know, the factor gets 14%. Like you were saying, Brittany Russell can get a horse ready. I love that Tyler Gaffleone takes the board, takes the mount. You're getting 7-1. You're getting an honest price, and Brittany usually has them ready to roll.
Think about that rich history of Maryland racing, and for her to be the first female trainer to lead the standings and set records, that's saying something, because so many great horsemen have come out of Maryland over the years.
And we've really, just these last few years, it's just been next level what we've seen. You know, female riders and trainers doing this game, but Linda Rice, Brittany Russell, Jenna Antonucci making history in the Triple Crown, all that history. First ever female trainer to win a Triple Crown event, followed it up with a Travers win as well. 7-1 on this horse debuting, Young at Heart. Let's go back to the 4. This has got a tiz. This one was being so loud in the paddock behind us as they were getting saddled for the Bond Barn.
Seems still like a little bit revved up, a little bit unsettled, not quite sure of everything that's going on. It just gives you the impression of a horse that's just not sure of themselves.
Blinkers and a shadow roll, huh? Is that typical for Jimmy Bond?
I mean, it's kind of the whole.
Is it more of like you think?
Oh, excuse me, a hood.
So you're thinking more of Ascend here, because she's so nervous right now. If they get out of the gate, they're going.
Yeah, and sometimes when they're that kind of nervous, they release all that nervous energy in one shot, you know, and they don't save much later on. For me, as much as I respect the Bonds as their horsemanship, this is a horse I'll take the wait and see approach. Gonna have to show me.
13-1 right now. We didn't get a great look at the 9. Did you guys have any interest in Tamia? Second Dam was a Group 3 winner in France and graded stakes place in the only start here in the U.S.
I mean, when Rudy's cold like this on the board, you know, he's got that AirPod in for a reason. You know, if he's talking to someone, hey, I'm live in the 6th, the price goes down. 29-1, a little concerning.
I gave the horse a little bit of a look because I just thought this race was wide open, because if you're reaching
there
and
she
saying,
is.
there she is right there, yeah. If you're saying the 5 wins this race, or you say the 5 doesn't win this race, I think it opens the whole door.
Favorite, and has been favored throughout. Now the money's really started to come in on the 5. Anna's Call, Christophe Clement Barn. Had a big win over the weekend with Carson's Run. Frankie Dettori will be on board for the debut as we start the Pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Last one left to load is Princess Fiona. Going in. They're in the gate. All set. Rider was off. Alpine Giant climbed back up. And they're off. Kara's Dreamweaver is out very quickly. So is Anaskal, flashing sharp and good-looking speed. Gatatiz is up and on the pace too, along with Mischief Lady, who's 4th now, moving up to take that 3rd spot and coming after the leader. Timia is racing 4 lengths off the lead. Gatatiz has shuffled back in behind rivals. They are followed by Young at Heart racing on the inside, 7 lengths off the lead. Princess Fiona just went by her. It's a break of 3 back to Disco Star. Divorced, of course, second to last. And Alpine Giant off slow and last. 22 seconds flat for Anaskal, who's breezing along on the front end, turning for home in front of Mischief Lady at the top of the stretch. Leads it by 2.5 lengths now. Gatatiz trying to re-rally. Disco Star coming alive in the center of the race course. And down on the inside, Kara's Dreamweaver. A 16th to go. Anaskal, hand-ridden, 4-length lead. Disco Star is second, but no one got close to Anaskal. What a sharp performance indeed. Scoring by 4, hand-ridden by Frankie Dettori. Disco Star was second. Kara's Dreamweaver 3rd. Photo for 4th between Young at Heart and Gatatiz.
Anna's call, first time out. You're not supposed to win by that much in turf sprints.
She was very sharp away from the gate. Frankie was going to the lead. He sent her along, much like her dam Epping Forest, who went gate to wire going 5 furlongs on the turf on debut. She said, "Here, Mom, hold my beer."
He did.
I tell you what, she hit the front end. Her ears were twitching back and forth. You could just tell she was comfortable on the front end. And the 10 made a giant move. You got to give the 10 some credit, but she went right in the teeth of the 5, and it was goodbye.
Yeah, she popped away from there. She showed her intentions early. These turf sprints are so much about getting your position forward, and Frankie popped her away from there. But then Frankie did what great riders do, which is let your horses use their weapon. And I thought he did that, letting her run on the front end.
Jonathan, I agree with you. He's a great rider. You could have rode that one and won.
Frankie Dettori starting to get some more opportunities. Second half now of this meet.
Now there's only one more question to be answered. Is he doing the flying dismount?
I heard somewhere he was like, he did it, like, remember he did it the opening weekend on like a maiden, I want to say a maiden
feel
claim
for
or a
him
maiden.
because he doesn't want to do it for these. He wants to do it for the big races. Everyone's begging for him to do it.
They all got their mobile phones out. He's almost getting pressured into it.
It depends on how many people are in the winner's circle.
Yeah,
if this is a
true.
big group
Yeah.
and they start yelling, Frankie might feel the pressure. We'll have to see.
Save those knees, Frankie.
That's just the lure of Saratoga. You got people coming from everywhere, and a lot of them came here going, I hope Frankie wins the race. I want to get a picture of him doing the flying dismount. Let's be honest.
Look at her coming back. She's still they're sprinting on the way back.
I know.
There's your winning trainer. Slow start to the meet, but things are really starting to pick up now for Christophe Clement. We mentioned that stakes win over the weekend with Carson's Run. And now a first-timer that's showing some real potential here.
Where's his hat? Just like Andy. Perfect.
He's fronting there for the Saratoga Special, isn't he? Yeah. Christophe may put a kibosh on the flying dismount of the 2-year-old filly.
We gotta keep our eyes fixated on the winner's circle when they come back. See if that man gives the crowd what they want. And his call, impressive with a debut. Todd Pletcher seeking a 5th Alabama victory. He's going to have 2 chances at it. Wilton winner, Miss Justify, and Coaching Club American Oaks runner-up, Candied. Stay with us. We'll have a preview next.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away, Fierceness, a powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back with you on our Wednesday Saratoga Live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Frankie Dettori on board this first-time starter. Did not give us a flying dismount, so we're gonna talk Mig into showing us how he does it after we go to Maggie.
That's right. I don't blame you for not doing the flying dismount, Frankie. She's a baby.
Yeah, first of all that, and also I bashed my foot in the starting gates last week, so it's still a little bit tender, so I'm going to give it one extra week. But listen, the filly did all the talking. Christophe was quietly confident. He didn't want to tell me. But his son Manuel said, just hold on, hold on. So he was right.
He told me that a couple weeks ago, but Christophe, you immediately ran into the winner's circle and told me you go pretty far back with Frankie.
No, absolutely. We were both together 35 years ago in Newmarket. We both worked for a legendary trainer called Luca Cumani, and we had 4 years together. Frankie was already the best apprentice and also the best jockey there. And I'm just thrilled, and I'm very happy for the honor breeder today, and it all worked out.
I think the biggest question on our minds is what took you so long to put him on one?
Because I didn't know if I had anything. I didn't know if I had anything good enough for him. That's all.
You wanted to make sure we stayed friends.
And that they shall. Guys, congratulations. Anna Skull looks like a real promising filly.
No, very much so. She's very well bred. The dam was a stakes winner. She's by American fowl. She will go further. Today was a perfect introduction. We just need to teach her to wait a little bit, and we'll go longer next time.
So exciting. Guys, what a cool full circle moment with Anna Skull, Christophe, and Frankie in the winner's circle.
Reunited after all those years, and on a pretty good one here to debut.
Absolutely. Like Frankie said, you know, the filly did all the work, but look, he stayed out of her way, and you heard Christophe say, got to teach her to rate a little bit, and they'll go a little bit longer. She could be dangerous with that kind of speed going longer.
Got the pedigree, like you said, to back it up. But Jonathan, I teach you to take a half cross and a fistful of mane. You could sit that one.
And we heard from him, Mig. He's playing with a hurt foot right now. Got it banged up at the starting gate a little bit. I mean, you guys, how often are you playing hurt?
A great deal.
100% of the time?
I always tell everybody, and Mig, I don't know how you guys are, I'm healthy the first day of spring training. That's it. These guys don't even get a break, so I don't even know when you're healthy.
Yeah, and you don't know how many times you get raked along the stall doors leaving there. You always bumps and bruises at least, and then sometimes more, and you just figure out ways to manage it. But either that or he just didn't want to do the flying dismount.
Mind over matter, say it all the time. And NHL players are tough. Got nothing on jockeys. Initial running of the Alabama happened in 1872. Fastest ever run by the great Gopher One, the Hall of Famer and champion 2- and 3-year-old filly. Bel Air Stud, who campaigned a couple of Triple Crown winners in Gallant Fox and Omaha, on a record 5 Alabama wins with their fillies. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons trained 8 Alabama winners, 5 of them teaming up with Bel Air Stud. Mike Smith, one of 3 jockeys to win it 5 times. His win on Songbird made her 10 for 10 to start her career. Royal Delta, the only 3-year-old filly to pull off an Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff double. It was the first of 2 Breeders' Cup wins for the Belmont trainee. Think this race important to a championship? 27 Alabama winners have been crowned champion 3-year-old filly at year's end, and 12 immortalized in the Hall of Fame, including 2016 winner Songbird just last year. An incredible history in this really important race for 3-year-old fillies. And the only race in this division run at this same distance as the Kentucky Derby at 1.25 miles. It's our ABR race of the week, purse of $600,000. The Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales. And Candied, well, she doesn't have to face Torpedo Anna on Saturday, JK.
Well, look, if those who are keeping score at home, I picked Candied to beat Torpedo Anna. If I thought she could beat Torpedo Anna, I got to think she could beat this group. The thing about Candy's performance here to me is that although she got a little tired, I think it was rightfully so, chasing around that monster on the racetrack. I think the better Candied shows up today that doesn't have to chase Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, I kind of with you. And listen, Intricate, who did run 3rd in this race that will be back in, it kind of just needs to close the gap. Now, Candy is a very nice horse, and if you look at some of the horses that Torpedo Anna has buried, just look at a horse like the 3 Power Squeeze. I mean, she's beaten that horse by 22 lengths. That horse came back to win the Delaware Oaks. So whoever Torpedo Anna's been burying, they've been coming back and running well.
It's so true. I mean, the fact that, you know, Candy's 7-5 morning line here off of that well-beaten second, a gallant second, but a well-beaten second to Torpedo Anna.
Meanwhile, her stablemate, Miss Justify, she's already got a win at the meet. That was in the Wilton, going a mile. She's put together back-to-back wins. Can she take a step forward now for the Pletcher barn?
I think she can. You know, she's got an interesting pedigree. Justify out of Majestic Perfection mare. A lot of people forget that Majestic Perfection might have been Steve Asmussen's best sprinter and got hurt. Well, does she want to go this 1.25 mile distance, Mig?
You know what I like about her, and you know, obviously that's the big question. I like that she's versatile, right? She's gone gate to wire 2 starts back, and then she raided and came through inside last time. I like horses that don't need a particular trip to show their best.
There's certain trainers, when they try to do something, I don't question it. Todd Pletcher's one of them. If he thinks she can go the 1.25 miles, I'm going to go ahead and assume that she probably can when I'm trying to make my decisions. She's talented, and like Mick said, the fact that she stuck her nose down in there on the inside as a young horse says a lot about who she is.
She's going to go beyond that mile distance for the first time, and look at what Todd Pletcher has done in this incredibly prestigious race. Nest, Malathot, couple that went on to earn championships, stopped charging Maria back in 2014, Princess of Silmar 2013. That's a pretty good list right there. And this race, of course, so important to a championship, although that already may be locked up in this division.
Oh, yeah, this year the Alabama will not matter to who wins 3-year-old champion. I don't care if you win the Alabama and go on to win the Distaff. That's Torpedo Anna's. She can go ahead. They can start carving her name in that trophy.
Well, some other talented names. I mean, with the big gun out, there's certainly a lot more intriguing and in some ways becomes a better race, more wide open. Let's go to Maggie Power Squeeze. Back in the winner's circle, Maggie last time out in graded stakes competition.
And she fought for it in that Delaware Oaks, Greg. And she is a filly that when Torpedo Anna is not in the race, she's undefeated dirt routing. And too, looking back at that Delaware Oaks, she was very game. Now, she's going to face some tougher foes here yet again, but she's held her own quite nicely against some tough customers as well. I mean, going 4 back, defeating Grade 1 winner Ways and Means, who, yes, does win a little less ground, but still, I think that's a feather in her cap. Now, Power Squeeze, it'll be interesting to see where they decide to place her. She seems to be taking herself back a bit more than what she was doing earlier on in her career. So we'll see how much pace plays out in this Alabama. But for sure, the non-presence of Torpedo Anna has really left the door wide open for somebody to be in the winner's circle for this Saturday's Alabama.
Look forward to it every year. A lot of anticipation for this race. What about an under-the-radar name in here?
I think it's the 9 Neon Icon for Rusty Arnold. He doesn't ship a lot of horses down here. This is a horse that has won at the 1.25 mile distance. I get it was over a sloppy racetrack and then came back and did not have the best of trips in the Indiana Oaks. She's very inexperienced, and Rusty is a very sharp trainer. For him to ship this horse up here, I think she's live.
I thought Just Basking was a little bit interesting for Ian Wilkes. This horse won going 1.25 miles and is by Airgate, who's got the fastest 1.25 miles ever run at that racetrack over there.
So on hand for that one. That was pretty impressive in that Travers, wasn't it? That's coming up on Saturday, race 10, 5:43 Eastern time. One of the biggest races there is in the sport for 3-year-old fillies. And it's part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Begins at 3 Eastern, $600,000. Grade 1 Alabama. Of course, last year, bit of a surprise. It was randomized for Chad Brown and Klarovich, who would go on to run huge against Idiomatic, who she just turned the tables on. This year, we'll be back.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis.
to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married. And we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99-1. You'll never make it, you're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we want to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
Incredible to have these 3 siblings going against each other at the toughest jockey colony there is in the game. We're going to see both Katie and Dylan right next door to each other, actually, in the gate. Coming up in this next race, that has got to be incredibly difficult. I see that piece, and Robbie Miggs seems like the sweetest man you could ever meet. How in the world did you have a rivalry with this man and do him dirty like you did in your days?
All right, let's frame this properly. I love Robbie now. I did not love him when we were competing. We wanted the same thing. There was a bag of money laying there at the finish line, and I wanted to beat him to that bag of money, just like he wanted to beat me to that bag of money. Nothing but love and respect for him now, but we did not get on that well when we were riding. And I'll apologize right here, Robbie, if you're watching. I used to mess with you quite a bit.
There's Katie. She'll be on Condiment Girl. Next door will be brother Dylan on Perpetual Praise, the 4 and 5 respectively. And there's Dylan, who's having the meet of a lifetime this summer at Saratoga, Mig.
He is riding so well, and he's just gotten so consistent. To watch his maturity, guys, and just see his approach and his preparation, he is just a world-class rider now, and I really get a big kick out of him. And we got a bunch of Ryden Davis. I call him the Ryden Davis clan.
We already had a $50 winner earlier today. And the thing about Dylan, they're not 3 to 5 shots, 4 to 5 shots. He's been bringing in some prices.
44 to 1 shot opening day of the meet in the Schuylerville.
Yeah.
He's got 19 winners. He's alone in 4th right now in the standings. It's incredible what he's done. And we talk all the time about Katie Davis, Mig, on the program, about how, very good rider too. She doesn't get quite as many opportunities as Dylan, but she's developed a knack for getting a reputation of riding horses that are very difficult to handle.
She's got great hands, and she gets horses to cooperate with her. You can't out-muscle a horse. You've got to find ways to get along with them, and she's just is really patient, really smart, and she loves so much enthusiasm. She loves what she does.
She's not a good horse for her in here with the 4, because Condiment Girl's a horse that broke her maiden first time out, actually at Keeneland with Tyler Gaffleone aboard way back when. And when she's on the front end, she can get comfortable every once in a while, and I would think Katie's going to try to push her towards that.
Riders up. As we look back at the current favorite now, 3 to 1. There's Junior Alvarado on Fontana Frida, Randy Persois barn. And this was back on July 7th, 2 starts to go and a win.
Yeah, look, she ran well that day, right? She got a little inside trip where she started inside, then she ended up finishing towards the middle of the track, so saved some ground a little bit. She fits from a number standpoint. She's got the best numbers in this group, but it's really hard to take the favorite in this race in which I feel like it's extremely wide open. I think she's the most likely, I suppose, but do you want 3 to 1 on her? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
I think the other honest part about it is the trainer. We got to be honest about it. Randy Persois is 0 for 10 with no placings, and his horses, I played a couple of them, and they have not performed well. Now, I do think Fontana Frida is the horse to beat in here when it comes to numbers-wise and races-wise.
Yeah, and listen, that was a real nice effort from her there. She was ridden that day by Francisco Martinez, 7-pound apprentice, 30-year-old 7-pound apprentice, got to riding later in life, and actually has made a nice impression here and at Monmouth.
Mild 3 to 1 favorite right now, one of a few dropping down in class. We'll see if a little bit easier company can do the trick. But consistency with a lot of these, JK, it's just not there.
No, and that's kind of what makes them, claiming type horses. It's a lack of consistency. I will say this though, it feels like the pace in here is going to be pretty honest. When I was looking through this race, I was trying to find one to kind of come from off of it. Feels like they're going to all kind of have to work for some position here. The speed horses are spread out throughout the field, and it should set up nicely for someone from off the pace.
Post 5 for Awesome Anne Marie, part of the entry here with Jose Gomez.
It claimed for $20,000 back on July 7th and shows back up for $12,500. That's not really a vote of confidence, though, is it?
Extreme outside post for the other half of the entry with Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, this one trained by Wayne Potts. Horse showed real high speed going 7/8 last time and turns back to 6. Could be helpful.
Everly's Girl, the 2, gets the rail.
Couple of voided claims earlier this year and hasn't done much running since then.
Not favored anymore. Was early, but now 7 to 2. Fontana Frida for Randy Persois.
Yeah, named for a really good Italian wine, a Barolo. Certainly, it was bred by the Bond family, Song Hill Thoroughbred.
Here's Katie Davis on Condiment Girl.
Yeah, this horse is interesting, right? I mean, Wayne Potts hasn't had the greatest of meets, and he usually wins in bunches, but this horse ran extremely well last time from a figure standpoint. Should appreciate the cutback.
Her brother Dylan next door on Perpetual Praise, the 5.
Yeah, taking a precipitous drop in class and a formidable combination in Ray Handel and Dylan Davis.
Some good form at Parks for the 6, Our Funny Business. This is a recent claim by Linda Rice.
Yeah, recent claim by Linda Rice always will catch your attention.
6-1 on the board. Willful Desire just claimed for the Oscar Barrera barn.
Yeah, and also making that drop. Claimed for 20, drops for 12.5, turns back in distance, has speed.
Yeah, likes to be forward. Here's the 8, backed by Gold. Last time we saw this horse stumbled and was vanned off.
Yeah, Patrick Quick allowance to claiming move from 10 to 30,000, 0 for 8. When he drops them, usually don't run well.
Another dropper here, Violent Vixen, coming out of a $25,000 race.
Has races in her past that would make her competitive here, but the last couple leave a little bit to be desired. Maybe that drop helps.
And Tyler Gaffleone, he's on a long shot here. The 10, Ghostly Girl.
Yeah, needed the non-winners of 3 last time at a slow pace. This outside post, you'd like to think Tyler's going to have to be a little bit aggressive to hold some position, and that concerns me as I feel like the pace is going to be a little too quick.
Now the entry, Awesome Anne-Marie and Mon Petit Chou, favored at 5-2 right now. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, we've been having this odd rain shower with rain that looks almost like snow. Weather is so strange up here in Saratoga, but not affecting the racetrack whatsoever. As we'll check in with the plain one in here. That is Awesome Anne-Marie. She breaks in the middle of the field, making her first start for trainer Rick Dutrow. I've got to say, her weight is by far the best that I've ever seen her. She is a bit of a nervous type, and a lot of times that translates to a horse not being quote-unquote good doers. You know, they waste a bunch of their energy and therefore their conditioning just being nervous. And she was, yet again, but that's very much her. She was kind of passed off from her groom to our outrider Miguel Gutierrez on the way out to the racetrack just because she just wasn't listening to her groom at all. I like her here. I don't know what happened last time. She was kind of steady back at the start, then started throwing her head, and that was all she wrote. She didn't want any part of running once she just didn't get away that well. And she was flattered, I suppose, when Maggie T came back against Tougher and ran a 77 buyer, and she looks better, but I don't know if I trust her. Now, number 5, Perpetual Praise, she's a horse that can be forward, and last time she was probably a little against the track, being out wide on a day you wanted to be saving ground, and really, truthfully, against this bunch physically, she looks fantastic. You know, you look at her against that A other than for New York Breds field, meh. And against this field, wow, she's a bit of a standout. She does return here for Ray Handel. I think she makes sense, but I feel like she's also going to have to reach in and find one of her better efforts, and can she show it today? I landed on number 6, Our Funny Business. Again, a horse that was a little bit against the track. She was inside down the backside, but she was really, really far back, and that did not do her any favors, and then went 2 to 3 wide on the turn. She ran on a little bit late, but it's just the Linda claim here. She does put the front wraps back on today, but really healthy, seems like a really happy horse as well. So I'm going to land on her here, guys. I just can't fully trust the favored entry.
Usually $12,000 claiming races, it's tough to fully trust anybody.
This is true. And you have, the quandary I always play with these kind of races are you have older mares against 4-year-old fillies. So you want to take the 4-year-old fillies that are going kind of forward, or you want to take some of these mares already? And I'll ask both of you guys that have you've seen the same movie.
Yeah, and there's a certain point in all horses' careers that their enthusiasm for the job starts to wane. And sometimes you try and identify, are they on that upward trajectory or that downward spiral?
This one right here, backed by Gold, the 8. The first win of the meet for Romero Mirage. Very enthusiastic young rider, cousin of our colleague, Rajiv. Last couple of races that she's run on the racetrack, she deserves to be one of the top players in this race, I thought.
Yeah, well, here's my issue. The last 2 workout reports weren't great. I think C+. And then you have a horse that was vanned off last time in an allowance race. And then you look up the stat for Patrick Quick. Allowance to claimers. between 10,000 and 30,000, right? So, you know, kind of the lower level claimers. 0 for 8. So when he drops them, they don't run well. He's trying to get rid of them. And all those other things make me feel like she's probably not on that end of on the up and up and maybe on the other way.
You know, I think it's a fair assessment. Everything that you talked about points to that. But lower level horses, a lot about it, who's good on the day. Who woke up on the right side of the stall and just in the right physical condition and the right frame of mind?
You know, the 7, Wilford Desire, if you look at her, the filly by Frisian Fire, she's never raced her. She is 4 for 12. She's quick, and she's dropping. This is the lowest she's been for 12.5. Now, you don't really want to leave the Gustavo Rodriguez barn, but, you know, Oscar Burrow not bad off the claim, about 13%. I thought the 7, 7 to 1's not a bad play.
Loading up here for this very competitive 7th from Saratoga. 6 furlong sprint, the entry. 2 for the price of 1, but they're the 5-2 favorites in here as we take a look at Dylan Davis on the 5, Perpetual Praise again, Sister Katie next door. On the 4, Condiment Girl. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you very much, Greg. We're loading into the gate. Here's Violent Vixen coming up. Perpetual Praise. Awesome Anne-Marie is next. Here's the gray Ghostly Girl. Mon Petit Chou to the outside. Going in. They're all in line. And they're off. Violent Vixen is quick away from the gate. So is Everly's Girl, who comes through to take the lead. Backed by Gold is racing right in between those two. Close up in 3rd. Ghostly Girl, Mon Petit Chou is on the extreme outside. They're followed at the rail by Condiment Girl, who's just 3 lengths off the lead. It's a compact group that heads into the far turn. Perpetual Praise was just in a little bit tight. 2 lengths clear of Awesome Anne-Marie. They move around the far turn. Fontana Frida, who was basically left somewhat at the start, 9 lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers, Willful Desire and Our Funny Business. It's 22-2 for Everly's Girl, the long shot leader into the far turn. Mon Petit Chou moves up on the outside to engage. And in between those two, backed by Gold, is still fighting on willingly. Down at the rail, Condiment Girl's had a good trip. They're coming to the 8th pole, backed by Gold and Mon Petit Chou. Center of the track, Perpetual Praise is trying to come alive. Down at the rail comes Condiment Girl. 16th to go. Backed by Gold narrowly. Mon Petit Chou trying hard. And here comes Awesome Anne-Marie, but too late. It's going to be backed by Gold. And Romero Mirage to win it. Photo between Mon Petit Chou, Awesome Anne-Marie, and then Condiment Girl.
Backed by Gold. Last time was vanned off. Comes back okay here for Pat Quick. And Romero Mirage, first win of the meet. Good for him.
Good to see Romero's hard work paid off because he's out every morning. I'm out on the backstretch every morning, and he's out there with a smile on his face, working as many horses as he can. And I love to see hard work rewarded, Paul. He's a good rider. And listen, you know, horses have to go through protocols. When something goes awry in a race, last time she was eased, they've got to go through a physical examination. They got to work for the state vet. She came back. Good job by Pat Quick. Really happy for Romero Mirage.
It was a good ride. I mean, he was able to stay on the 2, and I'll tell you what, JK got a great ride from Katie Davis on Condiment Girl, who got through on the rail, and it just seemed like nobody was kind of relenting, and then here comes the one out of nowhere. I'll tell you what, this got really tight between the entry for second. I would be surprised if it's a dead heat for second, but no doubt about the winner here.
Backed by Gold is the photo for place. 10-1 here. Romero Mirage, first winner of this Saratoga season for him. And a number at 10-1. And you're right, Katie Davis thought was going to get up on the fence, trying to save all that ground on the inside.
JK was snapping them fingers for Katie, but She gave the horse a perfect ride.
It's funny, like the way I feel like it was a bad pick. Because Condiment Girl was 4th best. She was probably 6th or 7th best. Katie's the only reason that she ran 4th. The only reason. She didn't run particularly well, to be fair. She's got an outstanding ride by Katie.
But I love that, we can identify, like we all get so result-oriented. Miss Romero, a happy Romero, that we identify that a horse that was 4th got a great ride. Usually it's like the horse that won got a great ride and everybody else we lose sight of. I'm glad we didn't do that this
young man right here, incredibly well-spoken, hard worker, and he is paying his dues, and nice to see it pay off and get a win at the most competitive meet there is in this sport. Romero Mirage, well done on Backed by Gold. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Thursday feature named after this man right here, who is a true champion for equine aftercare. We'll have the story of Rick Violet when we come back.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS2 as we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Backed by Gold. Well, you got some gold if you backed her today. She went off at 10-1 and ridden to victory by Romero Mirage. Gets his first win of the meet. But Romero, talk a little bit about what happened last time and how, she felt today and how you had been working your back and that gave you confidence.
What happened last time is like a 1 in a million type of thing where she locked her stifle that in comparison to a human would almost be like them having a cramp. As soon as I got off of her the last race, she was actually just perfectly sound after. So they brought her back. They worked on whatever may have caused that. And then I worked her back 2 times prior to the race, and she worked phenomenal. Pat asked if I was comfortable riding her, and I definitely was because she was working really well. And today she felt perfectly fine, and she ran great.
She really did. How does it feel to get the monkey off your back?
Oh, it feels great. It's like the first.
Merry Christmas!
And here is somebody that's been on your back and getting the win, your cousin, Rajiv Miraj. I know Raj told you to be confident in this horse, huh?
Yeah, he told me. He actually walked me out from the jocks room to the Saratoga winner's circle because he told me that's a good luck walk for when I won before. So he walked me out the whole time like he was my chaperone, but he probably is because he's that old, you know?
I think you think of him as you as his coach.
I'm so happy for you because you've been riding good and it well-deserved. Very happy for you. And you know what else you won today? I told him, I conceded the better looks to you. But he's got some young age on me, you know, the age is a thing.
And wait.
So he's the better looking, he's slim and all, but I'm the better dressed.
Well, last time he was trying to steal your wife when I interviewed him. What's up with that?
He's
trying to steal me.
He might have a chance now that he actually won a race.
I can't. Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
He's going to go hang his head in shame now, guys.
Romero, Miraj, we're all rooting for him. Just an incredibly likable person, too. And I think, Mig, we saw from right there, your job is not safe.
No, I mean, he was even making comparisons to humans. That's, you know, what we're trying to explain this. He explained it better than we ever could. I feel like I'm a honorary brother, right? You got Rajiv Miraj, Romero Miraj, RM, and then Richard McNear, RM. They're my brothers.
$23 winner, backed by Gold. I love that Raj just crash bombed the interview. So happy for him. He's got to be happy for his cousin. And we put it to bed, too. Well, Rajiv admits Romero's the better looking Raj, but Raj is the better dressed.
Debatable.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I saw Romero the other day. He had some Jordans on, so it's debatable.
Good for him. Backed by Gold with the win. Tomorrow, a very special day, obviously. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. We're going to get into that in just a moment here. With a story on a man who was instrumental in that. This 8th race, mile over the inner turf. First allowance condition race coming up in Revelita. Even money. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. Deserves to be favored, right, JK?
Absolutely. I thought this was a 2-horse race between the 2 Beats and the 4 Revelita. The 2 Beats has a lot of other pace to have to deal with, so that's a little bit of a concern, but Jose Lezcano sometimes can find himself loose on the front end. If the pace materializes, I think Revelita, the 4, will be very hard to beat.
All right, more on this race coming up in a moment. An accomplished high-profile trainer on this circuit for years, the late Rick Violet made an even bigger impact in this sport behind the scenes. Worked tirelessly as an advocate for horsemen, backstretch workers, and our equine athletes. And those who knew him best praised his drive and how passionate he was about what he believed in.
I started with him in Saratoga, 2003. I was just a working employee and just did the best I could, and I appreciated how much knowledge he had and how much I had to learn every single day. It was wonderful.
I spent 6 years on the NIFA board with him, and so we talked about a lot of issues all the time. And he was married to our industry. It was just amazing the amount of hours. I didn't know how he did both, train horses and to run NIFA, but he was great at both.
When I first came on the board in 2011, I really got to see the true Rick Violet at his best, which was fighting for the rights and advocating for not only the horsemen, the trainers, the owners, but the horses and the backstretch workers. He knew what they were all going through because he'd been through it all. He was a rider, he was a trainer, he was a groom, he was the head of a huge organization.
He was going to make it happen, and you were either going to get on board or get out of the way.
He just was very, very passionate about our sport and medications. We talked a lot about the rules and regulations, and I would think that will stay with me forever. The stopping clenbuterol and different types of medicines, and really has brought the game to the forefront on a lot of issues.
I mean, it was always on his mind, always. It was, he'd go to bed thinking about it, he'd wake up thinking about it. It was all the problems as far as LASIX and workman's comp and just anything. I mean, it was always racking his brain, trying to fix it.
He was so smart, he had so much foresight to see what was going to happen 10 or 20 years down the road. With Aftercare, you see these horses here, their racing careers maybe 3-4 years. They lived at 20. So look at most of their life is going to be aftercare or a second career. So to have the foresight of that magnitude, I was just in awe because I don't have it. And I maybe have it now because I learned through him.
In this Wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
Winning the Whitney is one of the most amazing moments, not just for Rick. I mean, Rick was, he was thrilled, over the moon to win a race like that. But to win the Whitney for Mr. Evans, for Mr. Evans' daughter, with, his team of Melissa and Fausto and everybody that worked, like that was what was really special to him. I mean, you couldn't have drawn up Whitney Day any more perfectly. It was magic.
It couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was like a fairy tale to be with the rainbow and everything. It was all that hard work and dedication, and it finally paid off. And all the hardship that he went through with his health and everything, but he was never felt sorry for himself or never wanted anybody to feel sorry for himself. And it just showed that he still had it in him. I mean, to the very end. I mean, he still was able to get horses to the top level and get the job done. It was amazing.
He created initiatives and organizations that will be here long after we're out of the business or gone altogether.
We miss him so much because of everything that he did, and so many people don't know what he was doing all the time, working day and night for everybody, but he always was working.
Will never be forgotten. I mean, you say, there's plenty of people out there that will say that he saved racing in New York and all of racing, period. There was nobody else like him.
Now, Rick Violet, it was a tremendous loss for the industry. His passing, as you look at his incredible resume, but again, more of it, that lasting impact you'll see behind the scenes. Mick, what did he mean to New York racing?
His unwavering commitment to not only the horses, but the people that care for the horses, uncompromising, and he would be armed with facts and be able to argue and debate and get his point home to make conditions better for the workers, make life better for the horses during their racing careers and after their racing careers. And I got to ride a lot for Rick, particularly early in his career. He was training for Alfred Vanderbilt. And my favorite memory, I rode a filly for him named Soaking Wet. And we left the paddock and it started pouring and she won. And I was already soaking wet, she was so wet, and I refused to go in the winner's circle till he and Mr. Vanderbilt came out from underneath the overhang and get soaking wet with us. But we were all in the winner's circle laughing as we got drenched.
Done so much, and a lot of the programs he helped start still going on strong today. Race named in his honor will be run on tomorrow's card on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. The Rick Violet, mile and a 16th on the turf. And a look at the field that will line up. Instamatic will stretch out. Back out, I should say, for Danny Gargan off back-to-back wins sprinting, JK.
Yeah, Instamatic is a horse who back-to-back wins, like you said, sprinting, both from off the pace. I think it's a mistake that often people will make, that when you have a late-running turf sprinter, the assumption that they're going to excel going longer, sometimes that just dulls their kick.
Yeah, you make a good point, because he's the kind of horse that he hasn't really solved the gate yet, and he did solve it the one time he went long in a maiden special weight race. He lost an even money on the even money that day. Maybe Lasix has helped him out, but he's got to get out of the gate. I thought this was impressive, though.
Tender Carmouche gets the return call for the Danny Gargan barn on Instamatic, 7-2 morning line. That's again race 7, 4:36 Eastern start time on our Thursday card on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day from here at Saratoga. We're going to take a timeout. Race 8 to come. Very short price favorite in Revelita. Can Belmont stage an upset here? He'll send out the lightly raced Beats. He's enjoying another fantastic Saratoga summer. Beats coming off a maiden win last start.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 two-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Elate has taken the lead. It is Elate coming to the final furlong in the Alabama, putting away It Is Well. Salty runs through an opening on the inside, up into third. Lockdown is fourth, and then Actress on the outside, but Elate is clear. Elate has moved away to a 4-length lead in mid-stretch. It Is Well clings to second, and then it's Salty. Elate has won the Alabama.
If there were more races for fillies and mares in this country at a mile and a quarter, she might be in the Hall of Fame.
She was so cool. I just never really got her, from a betting standpoint when I needed her. But like you said, the mile and a quarter races.
She was so good at a mile and a quarter. Bill Mott put her in against the boys in the Classic.
Look at the way she ran. Her head out and down, the long stride, that efficiency of stride. Just remarkable.
Cool horse.
She was dominant in that 2017 Alabama, won by 5.5 lengths. It was the second straight Alabama for her sire. Medaglia d'Oro had won with Songbird the year before. Third for that man right there, Bill Mott. Royal Delta, Sweet Symphony, his other two Alabama wins. But yeah, Late was fun to watch up here at Saratoga. As we get into race 8, Mott's going to send out Beats, the 2 in the background there. Coming off a maiden win, got to tackle some much tougher company here. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Oh, she was about to humble me, as I was about to say she's a lot more relaxed than what she was coming off the bench last time at Aqueduct, and then right over my shoulder she starts to hop around a bit. But that being said, she is a lot more relaxed overall than what she was that day, and furthermore, she got fairly hot that day. Was a bit warmer than what it is here at the spa today, but that just always hints to me that a horse needs a start, and she just got a little flat towards the latter stages of that race. I do think keeping at her a mile is ideal. That's what she's built for. She's a bit more of a more stout, compact type of filly, so look for her to make that and take that step forward. Let's move on to the inside with number 1, Miss San Gabriel, who is making her third start off the bench, and she did so coming back at Aqueduct with the 6 furlong race. Okay, she doesn't want that. You can see it physically. She's not a sprinter. Then last time she broke forward, then was kind of taken in hand and got a little bit eager while stalking from the inside. Now the winner, she was on the front end, and she was bold and she was brave and very game, and literally it was a head bob. Miss San Gabriel looks utterly fantastic. She's done very well from 3 to 4. Her weight's better, her coat's better, her demeanor is better. I really like what I'm seeing from Miss San Gabriel, and I hope that she's allowed to at least be forward in here. She doesn't need to be on the lead because there are several other speed horses, but I'm hoping that she's just in that right that perfect catbird seat spot, as George Weaver's still hunting, I believe, for that 1,000th winner. Number 3, Destiny Star. She's second, off a little bit of a layoff here for Tim Ham, who has been selective with the horses that he has brought to Saratoga, and it's paid off dividends. But Destiny Star, she kind of stumbled, but she stumbled forwardly out of the gate, so I don't think it affected her that much. And she went forward. She kind of had that inside, tipped out. She was just third best at a big price that day behind a long shot winner in Proctor Street. So we'll see how good that race ultimately proves to be. But I like what I'm seeing from this filly. She is just really strong looking overall, nicely settled here in the paddock, as kind of compared to last time where she just looked a little bit softer around the edges. I think she's intriguing, and look for her to take another step forward, Greg.
I make you an espresso.
5-1 right now. I actually really like that race. She's come out of Proctor Street, who won that race, has a big pedigree. Won a couple of graded stakes here at Saratoga back in her running day, and held off Grayosh for that win.
Yeah, Proctor Street was impressive, and I loved, like you mentioned, her mom, Proctor's Ledge, was outstanding as well. But Destiny Star, she's right here in the mix. I mean, I think that if it's not the 2 or the 4, I think that it's a wide open opportunity. But like I've said before the break, I thought that the 2 and the 4 were the class of this race. The 4 just seems to get a perfect setup with all the pace that's signed on here.
All right, well, Paul, you're going to put together a bankroll play. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to just go with Flavian Pratt double here. I'm going to go with Revelita. I think she's going to be really tough to beat in here. I think she gets the pace to run into, and Chad Brown's just been devastating. And then in the last race, I really do think the 3-horse can take the field gate to wire. There's not much pace in there. Java Buzz, she won last time out, or he won last time out. Very easy. Flavian sticks aboard. Right now, you're getting about 5-1, somewhere in that area. It might go down a little bit.
Yeah, that last race, too. The horse next door, the 4 coming out, I know it didn't get out of the gate well last time out. That was probably the other primary speed.
Yeah.
So really helped Java Buzz maybe even more in that nightcap to come. See if Revelita can kick things off for you as the even money favorite. She's been facing better company than everybody in this field.
Yeah, she's been facing better. The internal fractions of her races, closing into slow paces, suggest that those performances are even better than they look on paper. And if they're better than they look on paper and they're the best races on paper, she's supposed to be tough in here.
And I think the other 2 things in here, Mig, second time Flavian and second time Lasix as well.
Yeah, and I always find that horses, for top riders like Flavian Pratt, they improve. You know, they learn about the horse, they understand, and they do better.
Flavian, I'm sorry. Gotta work on my French.
There he is. What a meet. He is having 25 wins, alone in third. 8 back of the meet's leader, Arad Ortiz Jr. And with Arad out today, Thursday, and Friday, chance to make up even more ground. But it's not just all the wins he's racking up, Meg. He's winning. He had 8 stakes wins basically at the halfway point.
To win 8 stakes in Saratoga, I mean, some guys go a whole career and win 8 stakes in Saratoga, and that's impressive enough. 8, and the meet's, not nearly over.
In ways, I mean, what are those horses are going to come back, JK, for him?
I mean, let's see. Ways and Means, you'd like to think she probably won't run again for the meet, but she's likely going to win the Breeders' Cup Filly American Sprint.
Right.
Unmatched Wisdom we'll probably see. Star of Mystery, we'll see if they can find a spot for her. I would think White Beam will probably not show back up. Miss Justify, likely to show back up. World Record, I would think.
On Saturday.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Miss Justify running Saturday. And then World Record, I think we'll probably see in the Alan Jerkins. I mean, he's got a lot more opportunities to run on some of those horses again.
Yeah.
And we'll keep an eye on it. I don't know if it was necessarily the case, but there was a horse a couple of races back, and we kind of touched on it, saying it was getting a lot more money than probably normally would have. Are people, we know Arad Ortiz Jr. gets bet all the time just because he's on a horse. Are we starting to see that a little bit with this man right here?
I think so. I really do, because he does make a difference. I mean, I said this a couple, I think it was Sunday. I really, truly think Irad and him right now are the 2 best riders in North America.
You agree?
I agree. And that's not to belittle
Yeah,
anybody
no,
else,
yeah,
right?
I'm
I mean,
not
because
knocking
the depth
anybody else.
No, I know you're not, but I mean,
this is Barry Bonds and this is Ken Griffey right now, right? Like, this is where we're at.
And
Here.
there's such a depth of talent in this colony, and we've seen a couple guys raise their game, like Dylan Davis. But there's so many. Manny Franco physically might be the strongest rider in North America. There's so many. And we're just blessed as racing fans and covering racing that we have these kind of caliber of riders to talk about.
And look, I've we can keep going. I'm unbelievably impressed with the year that Tyler Gaffleone's had.
Yes,
especially considering the fact that he's not a New York all-the-time guy. To have the success that he's having has been remarkable as well. And we haven't even mentioned the newly minted Hall of Famer Joel Rosario that's in that room, Jose, Johnny, Jose Lascano.
There's Manny.
The list goes on.
The guy that won the last race.
About.
The guy that won the last race, Frankie.
Yeah, and even more depth. Man, the only man to win it right there on your screen, other than the Ortiz brothers, the last 9 years. Luis Saez, very slow start for him. He has really started to pick it up, Mick.
Yeah, he's really put it together and starting to win. And listen, you can't keep talent down. Talent's going to rise to the top. Jose Lascano shouldn't be overlooked. Guy shows up and rides consistently well every day.
Post parade coming up for this 8th mile inner turf. And Revelita for Chad Brown. You see graded stake after graded stake, and then allowance optional claiming last start. Drop down here to first allowance condition, and as a result, an even money favorite. Here's Miss San Gabriel, and Maggie was quite intrigued with 15-1.
Yeah, ran well last time, kind of in that inside pocket trip, but the pace was slow, was a little bit aggressive. Maybe with the faster pace, will be more comfortable down on the inside.
Bill Mott with Jose Lascano on beats.
Yeah, horse that won last time is now getting Lasix for the first time. We'll talk to Mig about that in a little bit.
Destiny Star faced a couple of fillies last start. We're going to see in Stakes Company this weekend.
Ran well last time against Proctor Street at 32-1. Is a tad bit shorter here today.
Here is Revelita, the short price favorite.
And the filly to beat Flavian Pratt aboard for Wise Racing LLC.
Bon Adieu, the biggest price on the board.
If Romero wins back-to-back races, Rajiv might just go back in the winner's circle and give him his outfit.
46-1. This would be a shock, no question. Collaboration, Linda Rice, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it feels like one of those pace presences is in this race, but like I said, there's a lot of those.
Centuria has Junior Alvarado for Dale Romans.
You know, really good race 2 back, and then came here and just did not run a step. Maybe will improve second time over the racetrack.
First time on the grass for Zarate for Rob Falcone Jr.
Yeah, he's got a couple works on the grass, got some pedigree for the grass. Very interesting.
Curlin's Girl been facing some tough company of late as well.
Has shown some speed, and you know, last time Kendrick Carmouche kind of took this horse back, and I'm wondering if they're trying to find the middle of what kind of running style she kind of has.
She's stakes placed on the turf. Here's the 11 preliminary. The other Chad Brown runner has been off since July of last year.
One first time out, but that race absolutely fell apart. Hasn't done much running in the last 2 starts, and that's not something you see every day, is Frankie and the Klarvich Silks.
Yeah, how about that? Here's Beats. Let's go back to the maiden winner last time out to get that first career victory. So this was off the bench. She hadn't raced since September of her 2-year-old campaign. Comes back June 16th and wins on the lead just about every step of the way.
So what I wanted to ask Mig was, okay, Mig, now this horse wins easy. Now you get Lasix. You have to go to the stewards to get approval to get Lasix to make a change after a W, after a win?
I think with that, it's more the examining vets, the state vets, that you have to make the case the horse needs Lasix coming off the win. Now, she won this impressively, and now she gets Lasix. Bill Mott's not giving her Lasix for no reason. So there's a possibility she can even perform better today with Lasix, and I don't think she needs the lead.
He looks fantastic and is forward in here. He ticks off every single box that you want for a horse prior to a start. As we'll check in with one that's a bigger price, and that's number 6 in here, Typhoon Fury. If you ignore his last race, which was at a mile, he doesn't want any part of that as far as I can make out. And yeah, he had to drop in for the 50 to finally get his maiden broken, but that was sprinting. 5.5 a little sharp for him, so we'll see how he negotiates it. But I do think shorter is better for this horse, who is smaller, compact, handier. It concerns me that the form dropped off a bit going away from the George Weaver barn, but physically he looks great. He's dappled head to toe. He's a little bit more revved up now that they've got the tack on him, and in a spot where I think he should be competitive. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Post-parade coming up momentarily, 8 minutes away from our finale on this Wednesday card from Saratoga Springs.
That's a $470,000 horse right there.
Wow. All right, any chance at all in your estimation?
Well, I mean, like, if you look back, like Maggie said, if this race falls apart, but there's just not a lot of pace, but that race 2 back is not awful. 79 buyer, came home pretty well, 108 and 3. Not the worst. I tell you right now, if I was alive for 470,000, not the worst horse to be alive to.
Well, Tyler Gaffleone, he's going to be on this one here, and that's the potential other speed to try and press Java Buzz. Tyler had a pretty big moment at this meet back in 2020 on a pretty good filly named Swiss Skydiver. That was a Grade 1 Alabama win. Dominant.
He's a Preakness winner. Winning as easy as a horse can win, and trained by Kenny McPeak, who's not afraid to take on challenges, and he's doing the same with his big mare here, Torpedo Anna.
Who's better?
It's amazing. She won the Alabama, dominant like that. She's going to
didn't want to answer that
going
one.
to win the eventual, beat the eventual Classic winner in that stretch on the Preakness. She didn't win the Kentucky Oaks.
That's crazy, and that's like her resume is insane. And you're thinking about Torpedo Anna. It's just wow.
My personal opinion, Torpedo Anna is better.
Really?
Swiss Skydiver won the Preakness because the runner-up did not want to go by her. He was a colt, and he was very content to run alongside the filly, not run by her.
And let's keep in mind, that was also just a tricky year, too, 2020, right, where, like, the Kentucky Oaks, like, happened after the Alabama, before the Preakness.
Yeah.
It was a tricky situation.
Everything was upside down, right?
Yeah.
She was pretty amazing. I believe sold for, I want to say, $4.7 million.
Somewhere in that area, yeah.
That'll do.
That's a lot of dollars.
We could get a lot of horses in the stable with that money. Yeah.
We're in, right, guys?
She was a great story. And we'll see if another fantastic filly for Kenny McPeak can continue her story in the DraftKings Travers in about a week and a half as she takes on the boys. We get set for our nightcap post parade coming up. So Tyler Gaffleone was aboard for that big win. He'll be on Final Verdict here. And it's just been a recent switch to the turf for Final Verdict, and she's ran pretty good in both those races, hasn't she, the 9?
She has in her last 2 starts, yeah, and I like to look at Timeform US. It's a pace-based speed figure, and a lot of times when paces are fast, they will code those numbers red to let you know they were fast. Blue means they're slow. Final Verdict's last 2 pace figures were coded as red, meaning they were faster than average.
Here's Frankie Dettori. Post 4 on the Rick Dutto winner, Borletti.
I don't think this horse should be 10-1. I thought this horse was the player. The one race on turf 2 back was very good. I just think Rick is on a little bit of a rut. That's why the price is 11-1.
I'm with you, Paul. That's a huge price. Here's the rail runner, Gaslight Dancer.
Has races as a 3-year-old be good enough to win here, has to work out a trip from the rail and find his better form.
The one to catch. It was big off the bench last start, Java Buzz.
Going to try to repeat the same, I think, tactics here with Flavian aboard. And the 9 is probably the only other horse in here, Final Verdict, to put pressure on.
Dylan Davis on Typhoon Fury.
Has sprinted on the turf twice and finished first in both of those. Was disqualified in one. Both turf sprints wins, though.
Here's the Island of Misfit Toys runner.
Love it. Ricardo Santana, Manny Franco takes them out on a horse that had a really wide trip, actually, last time out.
Hilarious Affair, 0 for 8 on the grass. Faced some tough company, though.
Making the first start for Mike Maker, and you get Joel Rosario, who is still amazing at turf sprints.
Here's Tyler Gaffleone, Final Verdict for Eddie Barker.
Got on the turf last 2 starts ago at 70-1 for the first time and won the race, and then came back and franked it with a good effort, so definitely one of the players.
Feathers Road, wide trip last start, was only beat a neck in a similar spot.
He projects to get a wide trip again with that post. You know, he's not slow enough to fall out the back, and he's not fast enough to clear. He's got to find a gap in between horses someplace.
Saratoga made a new fan here for life?
Oh,
I think so. 12-1 Feathers Road. Let's take a look at that performance last time out. Barely beat, 47-1. But again, yeah, tough outside post today.
Yeah, it does an outside post, but you know, in these turf sprints, if you can break cleanly and try to get over and save a little ground, that can go a long way. Horse got a nice trip last time. I just don't feel like he's gonna get a perfect trip in here today.
This race was won by Rhythm Nick with Ricardo Santana aboard, who just kept on going, and he was chugging along Feathers Road with Ramon Vasquez. And I mean, you know, heady claim for David Jacobson. They put him back on the turf. 1 for 15 as a half a pigtail will always make you happy.
Dude, a cutie.
I know, right? 12-1 after that 47-1 miss on Feathers Road. And, you know, tactically, not a lot of early speed from this horse to try and get position, Paulie.
Yeah, and like when you look at the 9 and the 10, right? You have the 9, 2 starts back was 70-1. The 10 was 47-1. And then so like now they're 13 and 5-1, and sort of the 8 and the 3. So are the 9 and the 10s, are they real horses or are they kind of phony horses? Really tough to gauge.
Well, what about Mig, a horse like Java Buzz, our favorite, not 3-2, to run that big, that fast off over a year's layoff and now come back in about 24 days? How difficult is it?
I mean, he's going to go one of two ways, right? He's either going to take a step forward or that effort will have torn him down, because that was a long layoff to come back and run that big. And now he changes hands. He winds up in the Rudy Rodriguez barn. I will say this, watching the replay that we watched earlier, Flavien Prat was so confident every step of the way. And he really didn't ask him to show that kind of speed. The horse took him there.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I agree with what Mig said. He was ready to rock and roll. Now you wonder, do they take a step back off of such a big performance, off of such a long layoff? So I'm going to look elsewhere, but not going to be surprised when we see Java Buzz right where I'm standing in about 3 minutes. As we'll take a look, though, at number 7, King Moon Racer. Now, I know I've really tried to will some George Weaver horses into the winner's circle today. As I said, still searching for that 1,000th win to break through here. But I'll say this about King Moon Racer. Finally looks really fit. I didn't see him in his last, but really tucked up in a horse that sometimes struggles to kind of get totally race fit, as he's now a 6-year-old, moving much better behind. I wanted to reserve judgment to see how he was warming up and pushing off from behind, and it is much better than what I saw from him early on this year when coming back off the break. I'm gonna go to my old friend, Gaslight Dancer, a horse that I had a lot of love for as a 2 and 3-year-old. He is definitely a sprinter. I like that for him. And last time when he was dropped in for the 35,000, which Rick Dutrow picked him up out of, he was, we see the DQ of Final Verdict who got out that day. And it really had a chain effect on all the runners. And I'm surprised they only put him back to, second or third that day, whatever. But it affected all the horses towards the outside because they all had to steady while he was pushing them out. And Gaslight Dancer was one of those horses. Looks great here. I mean, really fit, well-defined, and I think I'm going to take a shot with him at 6-1 because there's definitely some back class to rely on. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, and that's, again, the horse who gets the rail here. Dutrow barn. Off the claim. Dutrow also with the 1, Borletti, who, we talked about, Paulie and I, a little surprised this horse off that turf effort. 2 starts back was very good against a horse who came back to win again. Power Attacks won 3 in a row before he finally got beat at Colonial.
And the other thing about Borletti is this is an opportunity just to go a little bit shorter, right? It went 6 furlongs downstate at Aqueduct, now gets a chance to go 5.5.
And Power Attack, yeah, you've won 3 in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on a roll. This is a tricky race because your guessing game is, okay, so if the horse was not claimed out of that race and Linda Rice was the trainer, what would the 3 be? So that's what you're playing with, right?
Yeah.
The horse would be,
it's a great point, but I think that But I know this is the point you're making.
Yeah,
you
right.
have to take into consideration that the horse did move away from Linda's barn, and so what's Rudy going to do? Rudy's one of those guys, though, that when he moves away from a high percentage trainer or a good claiming trainer or whatever, I don't necessarily am overly concerned that he's not going to be able to keep the horse in form. Richie, you talk about all the time. Because Rudy gets on the horses in the morning, I feel like he's got a better connection to understanding what needs to continue to happen for that horse to run the same they've been running.
I think it's an advantage for a trainer to be able to get on his own horses, because sometimes you can't see something that you can feel, and it's easier to identify maybe an area that a horse needs a little bit of therapeutic, work done. The question is, off that long layoff to deliver that big a performance, for me, does he regress, or will he actually get better because he's fitter?
And there he is, 7-5 favorite. Take for what it's worth. The work was on dirt, the most recent work. According to the DRF Clocker report, maintaining his level that we saw in that comeback effort.
Well, that's a really good sign, and it was a slow work. That's what a maintenance work is, right? You've got a horse where you want them. You don't want to make the pot simmer over. You're right. You just want to keep it right where it is.
Flavien Prat trying to get his first winner on this Wednesday card. Currently third in the standings, having an incredible summer here. Talked about his 8 stakes wins already. See if he can close things out here in this nightcap on the 6-5 favorite and the 1 to catch on the front end. Java Buzz the 3. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the finale on this Wednesday card.
2 more left to load, Greg. Borletti goes in. And Feathers Road. All set. And they're off. Java Buzz, very quick once again out of the gate, goes straight to the front. Final verdict alongside in second. Borletti comes away in third. Then Feathers Road fourth, followed by King Moon Racer, already 6 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Hilarious Affair, who is 3 clear of Gaslight Dancer. It's a strung out field. Typhoon Fury at the back, 22 flat for Java Buzz, doing it easily on the front end. Has it by a length. Final verdict in pursuit second. Another 2 lengths back to Borletti, a ground-saving third. He raced on the inside of Feathers Road, King Moon Racer, and Hilarious Affair. They're at the top of the lane, and it's Java Buzz narrowly in front, being tackled now on the outside by Final Verdict. These 2 head and head. It's 3 lengths back to Borletti inside of Feathers Road. Hilarious Affair is picking it up late, but Final Verdict has opened up. And Final Verdict, a decisive score. Gaslight Dancer got up second. Hilarious Affair was third, and Feathers Road gets fourth.
Final verdict, Tyler Gaffalione sitting just off of the speedster early and able to get this winner. First win on turf for this horse.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffalione get a little bit closer to Irad Ortiz while Irad's serving his suspension. This horse was always poised in position, guys, always traveling well. No excuses for your favorite. Java Buzz, this horse was right with him and left him.
They answered the question. Listen, Java Buzz was lugging out the whole way. His tail started swagging a little bit when he got hit with a crop, and the 9 was never losing this race at any point. Had the 3 just buried, and a good ride again by Tyler. It seems like Tyler keeps winning the last race, first and last, like one or the other.
He has done that quite a bit.
Yeah.
27th win of the meet for Tyler Gaffalione. He's alone at second, now 6 back of Irad Ortiz Jr. And yeah, Miggy had him in perfect position.
Perfect spot. Eddie Barker having a nice meet, his 2nd win of the meet for Eddie. And I really love the way Tyler finishes on horses. His finish has gotten stronger and stronger over the years.
Let's go to Maggie with a winning trainer.
That's right, Greg. Eddie Barker here, and final verdict, Eddie. Seems like the final verdict is he's a turf sprinter.
Oh, he loves it, I'll tell you that. I mean, when I got him, I said, geez, this was a little slow in the dirt, but I looked up the thoroughbred sheets. The mother ran 4s on the grass, and 2 horses ran 6s. So I says, let's try him on the grass.
And a son of Finale, who I'll be honest, I'm not that familiar with, but is the son of Scat Daddy. So some pedigree on top and bottom.
Yeah. Well, he's a game little horse, and I really like him. He's trained fabulously. He really has. And he's not hard on himself, So.
What I love today is that he applied pressure to the favorite Java Buzz and never backed down and kicked clear, had another gear.
He's the fighter. We got beat in the nose and the neck last time, and then we got taken down the first time. So he deserves this one.
Absolutely. Enjoy it, Eddie.
Thanks. Thank you very much, man.
All right, Eddie Barker going to go get his picture taken here with final verdict, Greg.
5-1 final verdict. First win on the turf, third time the charm, and wins it 5-1 to close out this Wednesday card.
Yeah, it was impressive. He's got a lot of speed, a lot of, we talked about those pace figures. A lot of times in turf sprints, if you've never used Timeform US, I'd encourage you to check it out. Finding horses that have a lot of speed or very rapid early in races really does give them an edge in these turf sprints.
It just shows you, we talk about it, and we've talked it with Tom Amos a lot. You got to check off every box with your horse. Here's a horse that got on the turf for the first time, got disqualified at 70-1, but has now run 3 legit races on the turf.
Yeah, all 3 have been really good, and today, I think the best yet, he really had his stride still all together coming through the wires. Legs were up underneath him, and he finished in Eddie Barker. Eddie loves all of his horses, but he's been right twice this meet.
$48,000 for the pick 6, $49,000, somewhere in that area.
Well done if you put that together. And what a meet for Tyler Gaffleone. He's had a lot to smile about this summer. 27th win already for him. All the prices from this nightcap. Final verdict, the winner when we come back.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage. Final verdict closes out this Wednesday card here at Saratoga with a win, and moving to the grass has been the right move for this 4-year-old. It's an impressive victory here. First time winning on the grass in 3 starts. Tyler Gaffalione had him close early and rolls right on by that horse who just JK blitzed the field last time out, not today.
Yeah, I mean, like Richie always says, I know it's horse racing, and obviously our four-legged friends are the real superstars out here. But I got to say it, I'm so impressed with Tyler Gaffalione and the way he's riding up here. I would have never thought that he could roll off 27, 30-plus wins, likely to end the meet. Over 30-plus wins for a guy who doesn't spend all year in New York. I'm super impressed with the way he's going.
I agree. I'm impressed as well. And he and his agent, Matt Music, have been together a long time. They're a formidable combination. They complement each other. And Tyler's a pro. He shows up, and he does his job. And I've said this all week, guys, and I believe this. Complacency is the enemy of greatness, and this kid is not complacent. He is constantly working to be better.
Look at the pick 6 carryover. What it came back over $48,300. Well done if you're able to put that together. Pretty incredible. Mig, I know you're so high on Tyler. You have been for a long time, but he's gone through so much this year too. I mean, to be inches from a Kentucky Derby win, to lose out on that, get fined for that ride, get taken off that horse in the Belmont, and still come back. He wins his 12th riding title at Churchill, and now has this meet at Saratoga. He just keeps plugging along.
Well, that speaks to a maturity level and a focus that you have to be able to put certain things behind you. And it's not an easy thing to do. You know, Paul, I guess it would be akin like to get into Game 7 in the World Series and losing in extra innings. I mean, that's how close he was to winning the Derby.
Yeah, but one thing, if you get to know Tyler's personality, he's got like a confidence, and you might like thinking like, oh, it's a quiet, cocky confidence, but it's a confidence. And you're like, I still remember when Rich Strike, like Sonny Leon kind of battery rams Rich Strike right into him, and Tyler Gaffalione just laughed at him. Tyler's a little bit more than you got. He's a little bit more Mamba than you think. You call Manny Franco quiet assassin, he'd be like the other quiet assassin.
Yeah.
And a good rider has to have swagger.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have to have some swagger.
Especially at this meet with this group. It's like a murderer's row.
Yeah.
I talked about the Yankees lineup a long time ago, but the best riders there are, so many of them in the sport, we have it here. Tremendous weekend still to come. We're just kind of kicking things off. Of course, Alabama coming up on Saturday. And what do you guys think? Does Dot Pletcher get a 5th?
I mean, she deserves to be the favorite. And then he also has Miss Justify. So he's got 2 horses that make a ton of sense in there. Randomized, right? Ran well in that Wilton and then came back and won. So it's maybe it's turning out to be a nice little prep for the Alabama.
It's going to be a fun race. I think Intricate will improve, but they're going to have to run to be candied.
Look forward to that coming up over the weekend. We are back with you tomorrow, 1 Eastern. Start time on our Thursday coverage. We moved up post times a little bit. There was no weather.
Easy work.
We were fine.
Easy work.
Suzie O'Kane, awesome check. Horacio De Paz, he had 4 in the race. He ran 1st and 3rd. And this one on quite a roll right now. Back-to-back wins, awesome check, including this stakes victory. And a man who is so instrumental to Aftercare. Will run a race named in his honor on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, the Rick Violet on tomorrow's card. Have a great night. We'll see you at 1 Eastern tomorrow.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport. And
And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.